body that shit on. Every group on my laptop. Show my family, show my ransom. Say back the one, show my carton. Show my money problem, but look boy say Tabaja Kapada, Masalokana, Iba traffic. I'm my brother man, only no problem. Baby show up don't need
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful day this Thursday morning. It's my pleasure to welcome everybody to today, day 5 of the 50th anniversary celebrations of the Better by Far University, the University of Ilorin, the university that is better by far, the university that is better than the best. The stars are gathered, the clouds are heavy, and we already have the presence of most distinguished Nigerians, highly distinguished Nigerians who have come in today to celebrate the greatness of the alma mater, to celebrate the greatness of this ivory tower, to celebrate the greatness of this citadel of learning, to celebrate the greatness of the University of Ilorin. Already we've been having nice tunes from the performing troupe of the Department of Performing Arts. Is an award-winning department. Dots are being added to the I's, the T's are being crossed as we prepare to honor the great institution, the University of Ilorin, which for 50 years has been here, standing solid as the rock of Gibraltar. We have never shied away from a challenge. We have never shied away from a fight. For the past 50 years, we have produced manpower, produced outstanding graduates, produced outstanding award-winning members of academic and non-teaching staff who have made outstanding impact upon our national life, made impact on the continent, and who have made global impacts. In University of Ilorin, the theme is glocalization, which is local influence, local dominance, and global impact. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the alma mater, for the adults that we have become, for the gem that we have become. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the University of Ilorin. We pride ourselves as the academic jewel of North Central Nigeria. We pride ourselves as the preeminent academic institution in Kwara State. Indeed, the first tertiary institution in the old Kwara Kogi State. We pride ourselves as the jewel and the pride of this city. And that is why it is not surprising that people have come in from far and near to celebrate the joy, the pleasures, and the achievements of the Ivory Tower, the University of Ilorin. In a short while, we'll have more tunes from the performing troupe of the Department of Performing Arts led by Reverend Dr. Taye Adeola. In a short while, we'll have more tunes from you, but just after some recognitions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome our 10th Vice Chancellor who has come in today to watch over the work that he sustained. Please welcome with me Professor Suleiman Age Abdulkarim. A round of applause to welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have with us other very senior members of the academic community. Former vice chancellors are here, former deputy vice chancellors are here seated. I'm also glad to welcome former vice chancellor of Federal University of Technology, Minna, Professor Musbau Akanji. Emeritus Professor Musbau Akanji, you are most welcome, sir. Emeritus Professor Musbau Akanji and Professor Age are in the same WhatsApp group. It's a unique and distinguished WhatsApp group of people who have been vice chancellor in 2 different universities. And we are most delighted to receive you. I'm also glad to welcome former principal officers, former deputy vice chancellors who are here. Emeritus Professor Luke Ekundayo Edungbola, you're most welcome here, my teacher in the medical school. I'm glad to welcome Professor Issa, our former university librarian. You are most welcome, sir. Mr. Emmanuel Dada Obafemi, iconic registrar of the University of Ilorin. You are most welcome, sir. We want to welcome Professor Olubunmi Abayomi Omotesho, our immediate past Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academics, and Professor Suleiman Folorunsho Ambali, our immediate past Deputy Vice Chancellor of Management Services. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have very strong representation from the highest levels of governance of our nation, from the highest levels of governance of the university system in our nation. I'm glad to welcome, representing the Executive Secretary of the NUC, the Nigerian Universities Commission, the Director, Inspection and Monitoring. Please welcome with me Mrs. Alisa Balogun. You are most welcome, Ma. The NUC is our regulator. We most honor you, Ma. Thank you very much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a few more minutes of nice tunes from the troupe of the Performing Arts Department while we continue to take this ceremony to a crescendo. Today is day 5 and is the grand finale, and it can only be better in the Better by Far University. Thank you very much.
My name is Bello from the government house. So I want to give you the name of the leader of the first lady of Nigeria. Ma, the wife of Chief Judge, Mara State.
Is representing.
Yes, exactly.
Is she in the hall here?
Ma?
Is she in the hall here?
No, any moment from now she'll be here now when the program commences.
Is she coming straight to the hall?
She's coming. That's why I'm here as an advanced protocol. The representative of the
Please tell our chairman.
Okay.
Sir.
The representative of the...
What's her name?
Mrs. Janet Adebara.
Representing the first lady
of Nigeria.
Let me show you. Let me show you a seat.
No, I've been there, sir. I've been there, yeah. I don't know the representative of the first lady of Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Senator Lula, C-O-N. O-O-N at times. We have C-O-N, O-O-N. And bracket.
O-O-N is lower than C-O-N.
I don't know.
C-O-N is higher.
C-O-N is higher. Okay, okay. But C-O-N is comfort, while O-N is after.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Ably represented by the Kwara State Bank of Tutor. Mrs. Janet Adebara. Is that clear, sir?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, what is? Are they coming in with the vice chancellor? All right. You are most welcome.
Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please shall we arise as we have the arrival of the Vice Chancellor and also our anniversary guest speaker. Please, let's be seated for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the honor. Again, we say a very good morning to you. And we are thanking you so much for joining us in this celebration mood. It's been a year-long celebration for us, celebrating UNILORIN at 50, where we are celebrating academic excellence, where we're celebrating academic excellence, 50 years of teaching, research, and shaping minds. We're celebrating also milestones and achievements. Our graduates who've made an impact, innovations, and contributions to societies. We're celebrating also growth and legacy, from the founding to becoming a respected institution. We're celebrating, ladies and gentlemen, the community and alumni, where we have been able to connect generations of students, staff, and leaders. I want to thank you very much for being a part of this. Since the beginning of the year, and most especially since the beginning of this week, we thank you very much for actively participating in all of these programs that we've been having since Sunday. And once again, we thank you very much, and we're welcoming you. We appreciate you for your contributions to ensuring the success of this program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today, Thursday, the 27th day in the month of November, 2025, the grand finale of the celebration and we're here, to rejoice together and wrap it, even though we might still have some other things celebrating this, because it's actually a milestone. So we want to welcome our council members, members of the administration. Welcome all our invited guests. Welcoming the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman Governing Council of the University. Welcoming our Royal Fathers in the House. Welcoming our past principal officers of the University. Welcoming our distinguished guests, Professors Emeritus, staff and students, union leaders, teaching and non-teaching staff of the university, and all our invited guests and stakeholders of the university. Once again, you are very much welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Well, my name is Shegun Alabi, and I'll be doing this together with Ayo Ogumodede, please.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this celebration of a golden milestone of the Better by Far University could not have come at a more auspicious moment. And it's great that this is happening in this beautifully decorated hall. The stars are gathered, the elders are here, the community is represented, and it is high time we commenced the grand finale of the celebration of 50 years of impact, 50 years of global relevance, 50 years of community development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the visitor, the representative of the visitor to the university is being awaited. His Excellency, the Governor of Kwara State, Malam Abdurrahman Abdurazak, is already seated, represented. The First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is also on her way to this event. And we welcome our Pro-Chancellor, Surveyor Abiodun Aluko, former Deputy Governor of Ekiti State, our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Abdulwahab Olashupo Egbewole, the guest speaker of today, that distinguished legal practitioner, university educator, Pan-Africanist, and leader of thought, Professor Patrick Otieno Lumumba, awardees, representative of the Executive Secretary, NUC. And it is thus time that we all please rise to honor our nation as we take the national anthem. The first stanza of the national anthem. So step back.
The UNILORIN anthem. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very good morning to you, and you are very much welcome. It is the grand finale of the Golden Jubilee celebration of our university, which we had actually started since the beginning of this year. and most importantly and especially since the beginning of this week. So we thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being a part of this, and you're welcome to the grand finale. Please, you kindly take your seats as you come in. The program has started, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd like to start by recognizing the people we have on stage here, and one after the other, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm starting by recognizing His Excellency, the Executive Governor, Zamfara State, Governor Dauda Lawal, who is here ably represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Malam Abubakar Nakwoda. So you're very much welcome. We welcome also the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman Governing Council of this university, His Excellency Savio Abiodun Jacob Aluko, FCIML. Sir, you're welcome. We want to recognize here state functionaries who are here present to grace this occasion. You're all very much welcome. Distinguished commissioners in the house, you're welcome. Introducing to us, ladies and gentlemen, the Golden Vice Chancellor of our university, our distinguished Professor Wahab Olashupo Egberole, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. And ladies and gentlemen, sitting next to the Vice Chancellor, we have the man, a highly respected Kenya legal scholar, an advocate, a public intellectual, the man who is known for his expertise in public law, in governance, and also in anti-corruption. The man who has held several prominent positions, and a Pan-Africanist to the core. The man who says it as it is. The man who prefers African solution to African problems. Ladies and gentlemen, together let's welcome Professor Patrick Lush Otieno Lumumba, the anniversary lecturer. And he's here with his amiable wife. So we welcome also Madam Lumuba. You're very much welcome, sir and ma'am. Introducing to us also, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission, NUC, distinguished Professor Abdullah Yusuf Ribadu, who is ably represented by Mrs. Alisa Balogun, the Director Monitoring. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being here. The Executive Secretary, Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TED Fund, is also here, ably represented by Engineer Tunde Olakunrin. Sir, you are welcome. We also have here, ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Secretary, Universal Basic Education Commission, Aisha Galba, who is here ably represented by Malam Ibrahim Gold. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have sitting next to him our 8th Vice Chancellor, our distinguished alumnus of this university, and in fact the first alumni Vice Chancellor of this university, currently the Registrar and Chief Executive Officer, JAMB, Professor Emeritus Ishaq Olanrewaju Oloyede, CONFN, A.L. You're welcome, sir. And sitting next to him, we have the CG Nigerian Immigration, who is here ably represented by CIS H.A. Ibrahim, the Kwara State Command. Sir, you're welcome. We want to recognize our former Vice Chancellors in the House. We have the 9th Vice Chancellor and the Pro-Chancellor, Kwara State University, Professor Abdulgani Ambali, OON. You're welcome, sir. And sitting next to him is the 10th Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Sulaiman Agenjulola Abdulkarim. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have our principal officers, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Mojita Bakari Odola, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Management Services, Professor Adegwega Desafawale. We have the principal officers seated together with the council members, so please, and of course, they are also council members. So in that order that we have them, I introduce them. Sitting next to the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Management Services, we have the University Registrar, Barrister Mansur Adeleke Afanla. Then the University Borsar, Mr. Abiodun Lawal. The University Librarian, Professor Kamaldeen Tunde Omopupa. Representing the Federal Ministry of Education in the Council is Alhaja Abosede Juwon Olaiwola. Sitting next to her is Elder Yobami Oladele Afolabi. And next to him we have the President, Alumni, and a Member of Council, Professor Abdurazak Olubusoye Kilani. We are also having Honorable Dipe Olushina Adeniyi. Professor Raji Abdulgafar Bello, you're welcome, sir. Malam Abdurrashid Dauda Gidado. Professor Godwin Tunde Arosoyin. Professor Mufta Adeniyi Ijaya. Professor Mariam Abdurrahim Mustafa. Professor Usman Adebimpe Rahim. Pharmacist Rachel Tinuke Alabi. And Honorable Hakim Babatunde Idowu. These are council members, ladies and gentlemen. Please let's put our hands together for them. We also have here former principal officers of the university, and I'm introducing to us Professor Emeritus Luke Edungbola, former Deputy Vice Chancellor. We have Professor Sulaiman Folorunso Ambali. You're welcome, sir. Professor Olubunmi Abayomi Omotesho, you're very much welcome, sir. Professor Abdulwahab Olariwaju Isa, you're welcome, sir. Mr. Emmanuel Dadaobafemi, you're very much welcome, our former registrar. And sitting next to him, Dr. Fola Modupe Oluweleni, you're welcome. And we have all our distinguished professors in the house, recognizing Professor Emeritus Musba Adewumi Akonji and Professor H.O.B. Oloede. Sir, you're welcome. And we also have the CMD, UNILORIN UITH, Professor Da Silva Yusuf Abdullahi. You're welcome, sir. Yes, we have another former member of, former Director of Works, Engineer Mubolaji Sani. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm introducing to us the other half of the Vice Chancellor, Hajia Muibat Adiola Egbewole. And we have also wives, spouses of our principal officers. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Recognizing the Provost, College of Health Sciences, Professor Biodun Sulaiman Alabi. You are very much welcome, sir. We welcome all our distinguished guests to this place this morning, ladies and gentlemen. And so the visitor to the University of Ilorin and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, whose representative will be joining us soon, and also Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, who is one of the awardees today. Our former state governors here present, honorable ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished members of the National Assembly, the Chancellor of the University, the Pro-Chancellor, diplomatic corps, serving and former State Commissioner here present, the Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission, ably represented, the Executive Secretary, Tertiary Education Trust Fund, ably represented, the Executive Secretary, Universal Basic Education Commission, ably represented, the Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAM, Professor Emeritus Isaac Olanrewaju Oloyede, who is here physically present, the Vice Chancellor, our former Vice Chancellors, former Principal Officers of the University, invited Vice Chancellors, Professors Emeritus, our guest speaker, members of the administration, the Provost College of Health Sciences, our distinguished deans of various faculties and directors, distinguished presidents of alumni, UNILORIN ambassadors, UNILORIN advocates, university scholars, our royal fathers here present, and ladies and gentlemen, and recognizing His Royal Highness, Ambassador Oba Michael Odrayo Ajayi, the Elorimo of Erimo Ijesha, a proud ambassador of this university. The honorees of today, President of the Students' Union, Comrade Idris Adelu, staff union leaders, security personnel, teaching and non-teaching staff of the university, members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, the press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we welcome you to the grand finale of the 50th anniversary celebration of our university. And because you are here to celebrate with us, you put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd like to invite to welcome us I'm inviting the chairman, 50th anniversary committee, Professor Olugbenga Ayodeji Mokolu. You're welcome, sir.
Sorry. Sorry. What happened?
the Vice Chancellor, sir, the Pro-Chancellor of our great university, Your Excellency, the Surveyor Abiodun Jacob Aluko. Permit me to adopt the existing protocol because we have a very long journey today. This is the chairman's anniversary remarks. On behalf of the 50th Anniversary Planning Committee, I extend a warm and hearty welcome to you all, to the grand finale of the University of Ilorin's Golden Jubilee celebration. Today, we gather not just to mark a milestone, but to celebrate a legacy built on a foundation of excellence, stability, and profound impact. Our tag phrase for this 50th anniversary is celebrating excellence, sustaining greatness. It perfectly encapsulates our journey. For 5 decades, this great university has been a beacon of knowledge, a citadel of moral rectitude, and a nurturing ground for leaders who have shaped Nigeria and the world. The series of events we have held since the unveiling of our anniversary logo in January 2025 has been a resounding testament to the vibrant intellectual community and the enduring spirit of UNILORIN family. This momentous occasion could not have been possible without the unwavering support and visionary leadership of our chief host, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Wahab Olashupo Egbewole-San. We are equally indebted to the members of the Governing Council for their guidance and to my dedicated colleagues on the Planning Committee whose tireless efforts and commitment have brought us to this historic day. We are profoundly honored by the presence of our special guest of honor, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and our distinguished guests, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented, state governors, the Honorable Minister of Education, royal fathers, ambassadors, award recipients, our cherished alumni, students, and friends of the university. Your presence dignifies this celebration. We are particularly privileged to have the erudite Professor Patrick Locke Otieno Lumumba deliver the anniversary lecture. His insights are sure to ignite profound reflections on our role in national development. In the same vein, I acknowledge our speakers and panelists at the Alumni Colloquium, which was held yesterday. The outstanding cooperation of the Alumni Association, as led by Professor Abdulrazak Okilani, deserves special mention. Today's ceremony is also a call to action. We will be launching a special fund for our 50th anniversary projects, namely the Innovation and Transcript Hubs, and instituting a public appeal of a 50 billion endowment fund. This ambitious initiative, detailed in our program, is designed to catapult UNILORIN into a new era of global competitiveness and influence for the next 50 years. We honor our distinguished launchers and everyone participating, both here and those that are joining us remotely. We call on everyone at home and abroad to join us in building this greater future. As we celebrate our glorious past, let us collectively invest in a future filled with even greater achievements. Thank you for being a part of this historic journey. We are indeed better by far. Welcome, and may God bless the University of Ilorin Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Another resounding applause for the Chairman 50th Anniversary Committee. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while the Chairman was making his welcome address, we have joined us Her Excellency, the First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, who is here ably represented by the wife of the Chief Judge, Kwara State, Mrs. Janet Adebara. You're welcome, madam. I'd like to also use that opportunity to welcome the Director, DSS, Kwara State Command, Mr. Michael Okawu, and his deputy. You're welcome, sir. Welcoming His Royal Highness Oba Adetayo Rashid Oladele Adegbaju I, the Adagba of Inyofoworogi of Ife. We say Kabiesi o. Kabiesi, you are very much welcome. Asiwaju Folawiyo Bello from the Federal Commissioner of Public Complaints Commission is ably represented by Madam Nuruddin Oladotun Fauzi. You are very much welcome, sir. And we also have our distinguished luncher, Yinka Oni. You are very much welcome, sir. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Welcoming also the Vice Chancellor, University of Professor Welagade. You are welcome. We have former Vice Chancellor Al-Hikmah University, Professor Noah Yusuf. You are welcome, sir. The Registrar, Kwara State University, Dr. Kikelo Mosale. You are very much welcome, madam. And Registrar, Federal College of Education, Ilawe Ekiti, Mrs. K.W. Garba. You are welcome. And next, ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome the Vice Chancellor as he gives his welcome address.
Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, ably represented here this morning by the wife of the Chief Judge of Kwara State, Mrs. Janet Adebara. Your Excellency, the Governor of Zamfara State, who is ably represented here this morning by the Secretary to the State Government. Your Excellency, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, Savio Abiodun Jacob Aluko. Our foreign partners, Professor Daniel Kito, Adama State University of Technology, Ethiopia, Professor Sultan from University of Agriculture, Pakistan, Professor Egbe from Cameroon, Mr. Tim of Huawei in China, and Dr. Folusho Falaye of CCB, China. The Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission, Professor Abdullah Yusuf Ribadu, who is ably represented here this morning. The Executive Secretary of Tertiary Education Trust Fund, Architect Sonny Echono, OON, ably represented here this morning by Engineer Olakunrin. The Executive Secretary, UBEC, ably represented here by our brother, Mr. Gold. The Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of Joint Admissions and Administration Board, Professor Emeritus Isaac Olanrewaju Oloyede, CON. Former Vice Chancellors of this great university, I can see Professor Emeritus Isaac Olanrewaju Oloyede, Professor Abdugani Ambali, Professor Sulaiman Age Abdukarim, former Vice Chancellors of other universities, Professor Emeritus Misbau Akanji, Professor H.O.B. Oloyede, Professor Noah Yusuf, Professor Bashir Raji, invited Vice Chancellors, especially my colleagues from KU8 Plus Consortium, our guest speaker today, Professor Patrick Lodge Otieno Lumumba. The current administration has been labeled to be inviting lawyers. Ironically, today again, our guest speaker is a lawyer. Don't ask me, ask the chairman of the 50th Anniversary Committee. The Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Moji Taibat Bakari Odunola. Deputy Vice Chancellor of Management Services, Professor Adegboyega Adisa Fawole. Of course, I put on record Deputy Vice Chancellor RTI, who is unavoidably absent because he's representing our university at another university's convocation ceremony. The Registrar, Mr. Mansour Adeleke Afanla. The Bossa, Mr. Abiodun Lawa, University Librarian, Professor Kamaldeen Tunde Omopupa. Our former principal officers, Professor Luke Edungbola, Professor Abayomi Omotesho, Professor Sulaiman Funsho Ambali, Mr. E.D. Obafemi, Dr. Mrs. Fola Olowoleni, Professor Abdulwahab Isa, and of course I recognize Professor N.Y.S. Ijaya, and the Chief Medical Director, Professor Yusuf. Distinguished members of the Governing Council, I recognize you all. My dear wife, Ajia Muibat Adeola Egbewole, the wives of or spouses of the principal officers, the provost, College of Health Sciences, deans of various faculties, directors and heads of units, distinguished members of Senate, captains of industry. I recognize the representatives of the MD of First Bank and that of Zenith Bank. Chairman of 50th Anniversary Committee, Professor Olugbenga Yodeji Mokolu, and other members of the committee, directors of various units, the president, University of Ilorin Alumni Association, Professor Abdrazak Olubusi Kilani. I also recognize the former presidents of the association, Professor Femi Durosharo, Professor Emeritus Oloyede, Professor Uduwaye. Other members of the executive of the Alumni Association, UNILORIN ambassadors, UNILORIN advocates, distinguished alumnus, UNILORIN scholars, our royal fathers, Elerimo of Erima Ijesha, Oba Arota Waya II, Kabiesio, the Adagba of Yanforogi, from the source, Oba Adetayo Rashid Oladele Kabiesio. Our honorees, the President, Student Union, Comrade Idris Adelu the chairman and members of the various unions, ASU, SANU, NAT, and NASU, teaching and non-teaching staff of our university, the gentlemen of the press, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. From a sturdy past to a lofty future, sustaining UNILORIN's niche in global academy. Today, we stand on the threshold of historic moment, the golden jubilee of our beloved University of Ilorin. 50 years ago, the foundation of a university that will not only educate but also transform lives, build character, and foster innovation was laid by visionary leaders. As we celebrate this milestone, we reflect on how far we have come and recommit ourselves to an even more ambitious future. That is why we are celebrating excellence to sustain our greatness. Some of these great minds have gone to the great beyond. Please permit me to honor their memory with a minute's silence. May their gentle souls rest in perfect peace. Our journey began in 1975 when the federal military government decreed the establishment of the University of Ilorin. In October 1976, just 200 pioneering students entered residence and academic work began in the African Hall on the mini campus. In those early days, we had only 3 faculties: arts, science, and education, and the modest but determined group of scholars and administrators. From this humble beginning, UNILORIN has grown remarkably. Today, we proudly host 16 faculties and over 100 academic departments. Our undergraduate student population has expanded from mere 200 to more than 50,000, and our staff strength similarly reflects our maturation as a leading institution. Our campus is vast, sprawling about 15,000 hectares, making us one of the largest campuses in Nigeria and indeed Africa. This physical growth has mirrored our intellectual expansion. From the beginning, UNILORIN has not merely prioritized academic teaching, we have emphasized character, integrity, and service. Our motto, Probitas Doctrina, meaning learning and character, is more than words. It's a compass that has guided generations. Our mission, to provide a world-class environment for learning, research, and community service. And our vision, to be an international center of excellence in learning, research, probity, and service to humanity, remain as relevant now as ever. We anchor our work in core values of integrity, networking, justice, excellence, compassion, and teamwork. We have made some monumental achievements, and as we look back on 50 years, there is so much to celebrate. 1, academic stability. UNILORIN is celebrated for a stable academic calendar, a rarity in many institutions, and a strong reputation for quality teaching and learning. This is why we have been rated the most sought-after university in Nigeria for 10 years in a row. For this, we got the JAMB Award of 500 million naira in 2024. This award has been invested in a building of 120 bed space hostel for the use of our students. The hostel will be commissioned by the Registrar of Joint Admission and Matriculation Board today, Professor Emeritus Isaac Uluide, CON. Our research and innovation has been consistent, And I can inform this gathering that in the past 2 years, we have garnered more than 12 billion naira in research grants. In 1980, our predecessors founded the Sugar Research Institute, which remains unique in Nigeria and West Africa, conducting critical research on sugarcane production and processing. Through our Center for Blue and Regenerative Economy, we have been able to demonstrate that we are aligned with national policy initiatives and aspirations. Through institution-based research, our faculty members have tackled a variety of societal challenges, ranging from health to engineering to social cohesion, supported by national grants such as the National Research Fund, coordinated by Tertiary Education Fund. Equally, we have conducted groundbreaking researches through our homegrown Senate Research Grant, which has been improved upon through the introduction of the Senate Research Grant Special Intervention, specifically put in place to provide solutions to community challenges in an impactful manner. Our library has grown from a mere 4,480 volumes in 1975 to 1,002,551 volumes. This library has been positioned to assist other institutions around us through collaborative efforts of the Consortium of Universities in Kwara State, the KU8 Plus Consortium. Our scholarly output has not gone unnoticed. According to recent assessments, UNILORIN was rated among the top universities in Nigeria for research productivity. We have been ranked third in Nigeria based on Elsevier Scopus Skival analysis. Our researchers belong to the 2% of scientists, researchers, and our Google Scholar rankings have continued to be better. Moreover, in global rankings, EduRank places us among the top half in many research topics, with tens of thousands of publications and citations to our name. Most recently, the Times Higher Education ranked our university second in Nigeria and within the 250 to 300 mark globally in interdisciplinary science ranking. Under my leadership as Vice Chancellor, UNILORIN has pushed beyond traditional scholarship. We hosted our first Research Products Industrial Summit, calling for a stronger translation of university inventions into products. In addition, our U Inspire program empowers students, staff, and alumni with entrepreneurship, vocational, digital skills, bridging the gap between academia and industry. Our aspirations to build a world-class innovation hub is expected to get a boost today with contributions from you all. To kickstart this process, we intend to commission an ideation hub later today to serve as precursor to the full-blown innovation destination that is being planned with the 50th anniversary. Our history has taught us that progress is neither accidental nor automatic. It is made possible by generations of dedicated faculty, staff, and students who contributed their intellect, creativity, and spirit. It is shaped by vision of leaders who believe that a university must adapt without losing its soul and evolve while holding fast to its core values. More importantly, our history reminds us that a university's true legacy is not built in buildings or rankings alone, but in people, individuals, empowered with knowledge and equipped with the courage to solve problems that matter. That legacy is our greatest inheritance. That legacy is the basis of our celebration because it's a legacy of excellence. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to share with you some of our experiences that have thrust us to and sustained us in enviable positions. Our 50-year journey has taught us that vision matters, resilience and consistency is important, innovation and relevance is critical, character and community is obvious, collaboration is very, very necessary. Our niche in global academy. We now stand at a pivotal moment in global higher education. The world is more interconnected than ever and yet more complex. The challenges that confront us, namely climate change, public health, digital transformation, social inequality, and global conflict, demand informed minds, ethical leadership, and collaborative solutions. In this environment, universities must not only participate in global academia, they must define their unique contributions to it. While celebrating the 50 years anniversary, where UNILORIN must go next, we must elevate research quality and impact, strengthen teaching and learning for future, deepen global partnership, build an innovation ecosystem on campus. Sustainability and social responsibility is important. We foster a culture of integrity, inclusion, and well-being. And on this, we make a call to our community. As we commemorate 50 years, I call on every member of our community, students, faculty, alumni, and partners to join me in renewing the spirit that has carried us thus far. Let us honor the past by building the future with imagination and courage. Let us push boundaries, challenge conventions, and uphold the values that define us. Together, let us ensure that our university remains a place where excellence thrives, where opportunity expands, and where ideas from every corner of the world converge to shape a better tomorrow. Our founders believed that a university could change lives. Let us now believe that we together can change the world. To our alumni, return, connect, invest, mentor. Your successes are the living proof of what UNILORIN can achieve. To our students, dream bigger, learn wider, lead bravely. The world you will inherit needs your energy, your ideas. To our faculty and staff, continue to nurture excellence, cultivate innovation, and uphold integrity. To our partners, industry, government, donors, help us build bridges between knowledge and application, research and life. As part of the realization of where we are coming from, as basis for where we want to be, today, we use this opportunity to appreciate individuals and corporate bodies that have been part of our 50 years journey. We also use that as a watershed for our centenary celebration. Thus, we are conferring an award of excellence on a few distinguished Nigerians, including Our Excellency, the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu CON, and a host of others who will be appropriately introduced in the course of the program. It's our hope that this honor will be regarded as a call to action to do more for our university. Equally, we recognize that this university will not be without a visitor. Thus, a special golden award is being given to His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who was to be represented here this morning by the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, but who had to travel back from Doha very late yesterday. Our partners and collaborators, our host communities, members of the press, and indeed all lovers of our university that had worked assiduously to see us this far, we want you to continue to support us in our bid to positively change the narrative and landscape of higher education in Nigeria. In realization of the collaboration we recognize National Universities Commission, JAMB, TED Fund, UBEC, and NEL Fund for being worthy partners and collaborators. We say a big thank you. 50 years ago, UNILORIN began with a clear mission, namely learning, character, service, and a far-reaching vision. Today, we celebrate what we have become, and more importantly, we recommit to what we can yet be, a globally respected university, an innovation engine, a moral and academic beacon in Nigeria and beyond. Our past is sturdy. Our future must be lofty. Together we will sustain, elevate, and transform our niche in global academia towards even greater impact, relevance, and excellence. The current administration will continue to strive its utmost to ensure that UNILORIN remains better by far, in fact, best by far. I trust that succeeding administrations will uphold the mantra, this is the way to ensure a lofty future for our dear university, University of Ilorin. Let me take this moment to appreciate the chairman and members of the Governing Council, the principal officers, provosts and deans, heads of departments, directors of centers, heads of various units, our dedicated workforce, our unions, the leadership and amiable students of this great university. You are all the reason for this celebration. Please continue to do your best to maintain our path of excellence and do all within your best to sustain our greatness. Happy Golden Jubilee.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been an excellent day so far, and it's so colorful in this hall. Our Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of our Governing Council is leading all other council members in colorful parade to make this occasion glamorous as we celebrate the alma mater, having blossomed over 5 decades from a simple institution under trees and sheds now to a complete ecosystem, self-sustaining ecosystem that has come to take its place in the committee of institutions in our nation, making Pan-African impact and making global impact. Ladies and gentlemen, a special address will follow now, and it's my pleasure to invite our Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of our Governing Council, His Excellency Surveyor Abiodun Jacob Aluko, to kindly step forward to give the special address of the Pro-Chancellor. Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause to welcome him. His Excellency is a one-time Deputy Governor of the Kebbi State, a statesman, a father figure. Thank you very much, sir.
The First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the wife of the Chief Judge of Kwara State, all other dignitaries on the high table, members of the Governing Council, principal officers of our great university, all invitees, all our alumni, our students, great UNILORites, great UNILORites, the Better by Far University. Our being here today is not an accident. It's a well-planned process by God Almighty. Our university was established in 1975 with only 200 students. Today we are more than 50,000. And those of us who are at the helm of affairs during this 50th year anniversary, we, I would say, are lucky to be part of the epoch-making history of this university. Your name shall go down in history written in gold, because 50 years ago, this place was more of a bush. Today, it has now become a community and ecosystem society occupied by intellectual minds and the molders and builders of the future leaders of Nigeria. It is my pleasure to welcome our 50th year anniversary guest lecturer. He's a man I have watched his speeches on video on YouTube for quite a long time. And when I met him today, I told him, Africa needs more of this type of intellectual. A man who knows what it takes to take Africa out of the jungle and make us compete favorably with the advanced world. Because this is a man that has gone places, and his intellectual capacity is immeasurable. We are lucky to have him in our midst this morning, and I'm sure all of us are going to benefit immensely from his lecture this morning. I want to say today is our great day, and by the special grace of God Almighty, we will not have any cause to regret. And in the next 50 years, I'm sure majority of us will not be around then, but those who are still around will know that some people really did their best to ensure that the University of Ilorin at 50 was a monumental success. Thank you very much. I wish all of us happy celebration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to relax a little just in the next 5 minutes as we listen to the Performing and Film Arts Band. It's over to you.
You are welcome to UNILORIN. Welcome, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to UNILORIN. UNILORIN is today. You are welcome to UNILORIN. Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to UNILORIN. Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to UNILORIN. UNILORIN is today. You are welcome to UNILORIN. Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to UNILORIN. Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to UNILORIN. Congratulations. Congratulations. Celebration. Glory to God. Congratulations. And jubilations. Celebrations. Glory to God. Congratulations. And jubilations. Celebrations. Celebrations. Glory to God. Congratulations. And jubilations. Celebrations. Glory to God. Congratulations. And jubilations. Celebrations. Glory to God. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday to us. UNILORIN. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday to us. We celebrate 60. Happy birthday. We celebrate 70. 80. Happy birthday. And so on and so forth. Happy birthday to us. UNILORIN. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to us. This is the day of joy. The day of joy. The day of joy. This is the day of joy. The day of joy. The day of joy. This is the day of joy. This is the day of joy. A day of joy. A day of joy. A day of joy. This is the day of joy. A day of joy. A day of joy. This is a day of joy. This a day of joy, a day of joy, a day of joy. Àdúgbò bí orí àdúgbò. Nílùú Ìlọrin, àdúgbò bí orí àdúgbò. Torí kì í ṣe gbogbo ènìyàn lórí àdúgbò. Àdúgbò, àdúgbò bí orí àdúgbò. Àdúgbò, orí àdúgbò. Torí kì í ṣe gbogbo ènìyàn lórí àdúgbò. We are going higher. We are going higher. We are going higher, 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 higher. Elevate, exceedingly great. We are stepping higher, higher, higher. We are going higher. We are going higher, 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 higher. Elevate, exceedingly great. We are going higher.
Oh, yes.
We are going higher. We are going higher, 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 higher. Exceedingly great.
Let's appreciate the Performing and Fame Arts Band. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we are moving close to the reason why we're here, the lecture. And I'd like to invite Professor Azizat Monteose Amaloye Adebayo to read the citation of our anniversary lecturer.
Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented, Mr. Vice Chancellor, other Excellencies, distinguished audience on both sides of the hall, I crave your indulgence to adopt the very elaborate protocol established by the Vice Chancellor. It is with a sense of uncommon privilege and honor that I take the citation of the guest lecturer for 3 reasons. First, I get the enviable opportunity to ask such a person as the guest lecturer of today to stand up and keep standing while I read the citation. Secondly, amongst the many feathers of the guest lecturer is that he's a lawyer like myself. And the Vice Chancellor of this university and the registrar, apologies to all other non-lawyers. I will not say unlearned. And thirdly, among these many public service positions is that he was a former director of the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission. And before you is the chairwoman of the Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit of University of Ilorin. So I thank the chairman and the organizing committee for giving me the privilege to read the citation of the guest lecturer. Professor Patrick Locke Otieno Lumumba, popularly known as PLO Lumumba, is a distinguished academic, legal practitioner, and public servant with extensive experience in law, governance, and anti-corruption advocacy. He holds an LLD Doctor of Laws on the Law of Sea from the University of Ghent, Belgium, and Master of Laws and Bachelor of Laws degrees from the University of Nairobi. He also possesses honorary degrees honoris causa from the University of Cape Coast, Ghana, and Doctor of Science, honoris causa from Bells University of Technology, Nigeria. A round of applause for him, please. His specialized training includes human rights at the Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, University of London, humanitarian law at the Raoul Wallenberg Institute of University of Lund, Sweden, and international humanitarian law in Geneva, Switzerland. Professor Lumumba is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and Tanganyika and a certified international mediator. He has held numerous influential positions, which include immediate former director and chief executive officer of the Kenyan School of Law, former director of the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission, former secretary of the Kenya Constitution of Kenya Review Commission, and founding dean of Kabarak University School of Law. He is currently a professor of leadership and ethics at the African School of Governance in Kigali, Rwanda. He has lectured at various institutions, including University of Nairobi, United States International University, and Widener University, USA, which is a Nairobi summer school. Professor Lumumba is currently the chairman of Farafina Investment Group in Liberia and the Economic Strategic Growth and Development Initiative for Africa based in Nigeria. He is also the founding trustee of the African Institute for Leaders and Leadership. Professor Lumumba currently practices law with Lumumba and Lumumba Advocates and runs the PLO Lumumba Foundation, which has presence in 50 African countries, Nigeria being one of them. He's a widely published author, having written several books, too numerous to mention, and also co-authored and edited several other books on law and ethics. He has received numerous local and international awards, including Hive Global Hall of Fame for Pan-Africanism and Humanitarian Affairs 2025, Martin Luther King Jr. Leadership Award by the Kenya-USA Association in 1996, Martin Luther King Africa Salute to Greatness Award 2008, and Freedom of the City of Lowell in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, United States, for his role against corruption and bad governance in Africa. A resounding round of applause for him, please. Prof. Lumumba has delivered numerous prestigious lectures worldwide, including the Walimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere Distinguished Lecture 2014, the 11th Kwame Nkrumah Lecturer 2016, the 9th Fela Anikulapo Kuti Lecturer 2017, the Nelson Mandela Centenary Memorial Lecture 2018, the inaugural of Samora Michael Memorial Lecture 2021, and the 9th Sir Amadou Bello Memorial Lecture 2023, and of course, the anniversary lecture that we are going to have today. Ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission, I present to you Patrick Locke Otieno Lumumba, who is an electrifying, charismatic, passionate speaker that blends powerful rhetoric with depth. He is bold, he is fearless in speaking truth to power and confronting injustice, a principled, upright lawyer and public servant, an astute gentleman par excellence, an academic gargantuan, and above all, he is an African warrior and a change agent. Please welcome for our 50th anniversary lecture, Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, the man of the moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me thank you for the reception that I have received this morning. Let me start by thanking the Vice Chancellor, my professional colleague. Let me also recognize the chair of the organizing committee who has been coordinating with me, Permit me also to recognize the chair of the Governing Council, to recognize senior academics present in this assembly, the governors present here, and those who are represented, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is represented here, the traditional rulers present in this assembly, the students who are present here, and to conclude with this Nigerian innovation, I stand by the protocols already established. That innovation by Nigeria is as ingenious as it is apt. You do not annoy anybody because you stand on the protocols already established. Honorable Vice Chancellor, let me start by congratulating the University of Ilorin on the occasion of their 50th anniversary. This is my first time at this university, and I can assure you that I have visited a number of universities in the continent of Africa and in the world, and you are better than far. You are better than far, not just because of your size, because it took us 5 kilometers to drive from the gate to the office of the Vice Chancellor. And you know, even if you do not have to say it yourself, a great Nigerian once said that the lizard that jumped from the high Iroko tree praised itself if there was nobody to do so. But on this occasion, I praise you. I've also had the advantage of learning something about the University of Ilorin. I have been told that from a modest number of no more than 500, the university now boasts 50,000 students. This is amazing for 50 years. It is amazing not only because of the number of students, but it is amazing because of the courses that are taught at this university. I've been told, and I've had a glimpse of some of the alumni of the University of Ilorin, including the Vice Chancellor himself, who was a PhD student here and whose inaugural address, Judex, I'm just beginning to read. I'm happy to be in this assembly. I'm also happy to be in this assembly because I've met other alumni of this university, the good professor from the University of Bamenda in Cameroon, who is present in this assembly, which is indicative of the fact that this university is spreading its tentacles in the world. During my short stay here, I've also met my good professor from Ethiopia, who is a visiting academic at this university. And as if that was not enough, I've met another professor from Pakistan, which tells me that this university is present in the world. And as if that was not enough, only last evening I listened to the testimony of students who are visiting from Italy, and their greatest pain was that they are leaving Ilorin. So today, when I'm invited to speak about this university, to reflect about the role of universities in Africa and in the world, it gladdens my heart. Honorable Vice Chancellor, the other great thing that I have seen this morning is that your predecessors, those who are still in the land of the living, are here, which is a testament to the fact for those vice chancellors that there is no greater recompense than when your successor succeeds. You are here to celebrate that what you are doing is even being made greater by the current holder of the office of the Vice Chancellor. I say this because we live in a continent where we are always beginning. We live in a continent where our greatest claim to fame is that we want to obliterate the legacy of those who came before us. Yet history is consistent in teaching us that life is a marathon relay race where one generation hands over the baton to another generation. So today, ladies and gentlemen, let us reflect. 50 years ago, in the wisdom of those who are present, it was decided to establish this university. When this university was established, perhaps very few knew that it would acquire the status that it now has. But yet, a great Nigeria once said that when you look at the mouth of a king, you would not know that he too suckled the mother's breasts. And that is also true at the mouth of a queen. Today, when we look at the University of Ilorin, nobody would imagine that only 50 years ago it was a toddler beginning to learn not only to crawl, but even to sit. But 50 years later, we are now witnessing that it has grown into the giant that it is. It is a giant that is acknowledged not only in the community in which it sits. It is a giant that is acknowledged not only in the Kwara state where it sits. It is a giant that is acknowledged not only in Nigeria where she sits. It is a giant that is acknowledged in the continent of Africa and in the world. It is incumbent upon us, therefore, to praise those who thought about the establishment of the University of Ilorin. But as we look to the future and as we celebrate 50 years, it is incumbent upon us that we must not rest on our laurels. It is incumbent upon us to remember that Africa still is punching at the lower levels. It is incumbent upon us to remember that our education is still not revolutionizing our societies as they should. It is incumbent upon us to remember that there is work to be done. You know, we live in a continent which paradoxically and ironically is the richest. If you look at Nigeria alone, what does Nigeria not have? She is famous for her oil, but that is not the end of the story. If you look at the belly of Nigeria, there is no shortage of minerals of one kind or another. Nigeria can be a leading agriculture country. She can be great in that regard. If you look at the human resource that Nigeria has, you'll be amazed. When you travel outside of this continent, whether it is in Europe or America, whether it's in the continent of Africa, whether you are looking for a good engineer, whether you are looking for good professors, Where you are looking for good doctors, you will find Nigerians. You know, sometimes Nigerians who have the money leave here to go for medical treatment in Europe and America, and when they go there, they discover that the doctors treating them are Nigerians. That is how great Nigeria is. And today, when we are asking ourselves what the role of universities are, it is our duty to remind ourselves that Africa will only be great when the continent of Africa and her intellectuals are given their pride of place. Many are the times that I look at the continent of Africa and I look at other continents. I look at the promises that we make to ourselves, and many of the promises that we have made to ourselves in the continent of Africa have been here in Nigeria. Many of you will remember in the year 1980, Africa sat in Lagos, Nigeria, and we came up with the Lagos Plan of Action. Under the Lagos Plan of Action, we said that we must improve our education system. We said that we must improve our trade amongst ourselves, but many years later, we have not done much about it. As if meeting is one of our major preoccupations in Africa, we once again sat in Abuja in 1991 and came with the Abuja Declaration. And we said in Abuja that in the health sector, we would improve our expenditure to 15% of our budgets. Several years down the line, we may make all the noise we want, but our health sectors are still below what they ought to be. Today, as we talk about the role of universities, I am saying that the time is now that African universities must be given the respect that they deserve. That African scholars must be given the respect that they deserve. We are the only continent in the world where academics do not get the remuneration that they deserve, but politicians are multimillionaires. If Africa is to compete with the rest of the world, Africa must change. And Africa will only change when academics are given the opportunities and compensated in the manner that they should be. You know, during this week that I am joining you here in Ilorin, in South Africa, there has been a meeting of the G20. The 20 strongest economies in the world were meeting there. But when you listen and when you watch, Africa was not represented properly. During the same time, in Luanda, Angola, there was yet another meeting of the European Union and the African Union. And when I listened to African leaders, I was disappointed. We are the only continent in the world that still goes to the slave master to ask the slave master, how can we be better in freedom? I am praying that this University of Ilorin, as it continues and as it looks to the next 50 years, will be a university where the minds of young Nigerians and the minds of young Africans will be decolonized. I look forward to that time. I look forward to the time when we are teaching engineering. We will be alive to the world, to the reality that science knows no boundaries. But we will also be alive to the world that science must respect the environment in which it is operating. I'm looking forward to the day when the engineer produced at the University of Ilorin will solve the problems of the continent of Africa. I look forward to the University of Ilorin producing a different graduate of agriculture, so that when we talk about aquaculture in Nigeria, when we talk about poultry farming in Nigeria, when we talk about sugarcane farming in Nigeria, when we talk about all these things, Africa will be ready and able to feed ourselves. Today, Africa cannot feed ourselves. You in Nigeria, even as you debate with Ghana, which jollof rice is better than the other, I suspect that you still import rice. I suspect that you still import tea. I suspect that you still import poultry. I suspect that you still import beef. This must stop. It must stop, and it will only stop when the universities such as the University of Ilorin begin to engage in agriculture that is going to unlock our potential. As I drove in, I saw what is happening here on the 15,000 hectares. I saw that they have jatropha farms. I saw that they have teak farms. I'm informed that they produce their own chicken. I'm informed that they produce their own honey. I'm informed that they can feed themselves. If this can be replicated to Nigeria and be replicated to the continent of Africa, then we will not be a continent that is famous, or is it infamous, for going around the world with a beggar's bowl, asking from other civilizations. I'm suggesting to us that we have a duty to do so. I am also hoping that this university, as it is celebrating her 50th anniversary, will be a university that is restoring our self-esteem. For too long, we in the continent of Africa have labored under some complex. For too long, we in the continent of Africa believe that that which is ours is not good enough. For too long, in the continent of Africa, we labor under the misguided belief that we have to be acknowledged by others. It gladdens my heart that at this University of Ilorin, you are beginning to teach the next generation that Ilorin can produce university graduates that are as good as anywhere in the world. It gladdens my heart that when the Vice Chancellor was reading his speech, he did not say that he wanted to be the Oxford of Nigeria, that he did not want to be the Harvard of Nigeria. He wanted to be the Ilorin of Nigeria. The time has come that we must make reference to ourselves without trying to mimic others. And in doing so, we must also have a cultural orientation that is informed by the realities of our circumstances. And that is why it gladdens my heart, Kabiesi, when I see the traditional rulers resplendent in our presence. It is a statement that in our education, we must also be culturally sensitive, because culture is what defines who we are. You know, in the Kiswahili language, which one day I hope will be the lingua franca of Africa, we say, mwachamila ni mtumwa, he or she who abandons his or her culture is a slave. I hope that this University of Ilorin will make sure that cultural studies are also given their pride of place. Today, in many African universities, you see institutes from China, institutes from the United Kingdom, institutes from other civilizations. I look forward to the day when we will have African institutes teaching African languages. How is it that as I'm talking to you today, Igbo language is taught at the University of Harvard, Yoruba is taught at the University of Harvard, Hausa is taught at the University of Harvard? Tell me, are you teaching Yoruba here? Tell me, are you teaching it well? Tell me, are you teaching Igbo here? Are you teaching it well? Tell me, are you teaching Hausa here? Are you teaching it well? Tell me, are you teaching Fulfude here? Are you teaching Kiswahili here? Begin now. This is the time. Are you teaching Amharic here? No, you must. In other words, I look forward to a 50 years when there'll be a cultural revival so that African culture and African languages are given their pride of place. You know, this country called Nigeria is a country that I make reference to not once, not twice, times without number. Because I hold the view that if this university based here in Nigeria gives the country Nigeria the prominence that it deserves, Nigeria will be great. I was telling the good Vice Chancellor that those universities in Africa that are fond of benchmarking with universities in Europe and America, they should come here. And when they come here and they see 15,000 hectares, when they see what is being done here, they will go back and rename themselves glorified high schools rather than universities. And I have no doubt in my mind that that should happen. We have the ability, and if University of Ilorin is just one of the universities in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, then you imagine what Nigeria can do. You imagine what Nigeria can do in research. You imagine what Nigeria can do in the health sector. You imagine what Nigeria can do in mining. You imagine what Nigeria can do in the blue economy. You imagine what Nigeria can do in the development of the youth. You imagine what Nigeria can do in artificial intelligence. You imagine. And stop lamenting. One of the things that we do in Africa, and if there was a gold medal in that regard, Africa would win on a daily basis. Lamentation. Agonization without organization. The time is now for this university, and as we look at education, as I talk to you now, Africa is at crossroads. We are asking ourselves, which road should we take? And permit me a little latitude, because as I speak to you now, Africa is crumbling. If you doubt me, look at what is happening in Sudan. They do not have the luxury of celebrating an anniversary in Khartoum. They are fighting, killing each other. The worst humanitarian situation in the world as I speak. Central African Republic is in crisis. Southern Cameroon, they have not gone to school for the last 3 years or more. Guinea-Bissau, a coup d'etat yesterday. Eastern Congo. Africa is at crossroads. But that is not to say that there are no good things happening in the continent of Africa. There are. There are good things happening in Mauritius. There are good things happening in Little Seychelles. There are good things happening in Namibia. There are good things happening in Botswana. There are good things happening in Rwanda. But they are too small to have the impact that Nigeria would have. 1 out of every African is a Nigerian. And I've said it and I'm saying it again. When you go to any part of the world and you do not find a Nigerian, run away. because Nigerians know where to go, and wherever they are outside of Nigeria, they create a great positive impact. And I'm suggesting to this audience here at Ilorin, that your duty is beyond celebration, to go out there and make this celebration be the beginning point or the impetus of what Nigeria can be. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is represented here. The representative of the President of the Federal Republic, go out and tell the President that the world and Africa is looking at Nigeria. And if the President is not told, the representative of the First Lady, go out and tell the First Lady to tell the President. That Nigeria must be great. That Nigeria must be the leader, not only in ECOWAS, but must be the leader in the continent of Africa. On the occasion that Nigeria has led, Africa has been in a celebratory mood. Nigeria led when South Africa was fighting against apartheid. Nigeria led. We never say anything about it. Nigeria led when there was trouble in Liberia and Sierra Leone through ECOMOG, and the countries were stabilized. Nigeria led when the Gambia was about to go down. Whenever Nigeria leads, Africa stabilizes. Don't run away from your role. Don't be too small. And if Nigeria as a country are having difficulties on how to do it, let them come to the University of Ilorin and let them learn from this age-old saying that is in the same manner you fry a small fish that you fry a big one. Ilorin is the small fish, Nigeria is the big fish. The method of frying never changes. It can be done. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also speaking to you at a time when Africa is grappling with what she can do in order to be great. In the year 2013, Africans sat in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and came up with Africa Agenda 2063. Under that agenda, we made promises to ourselves. We said that we would, as a continent, be a great continent in science, in arts, in culture, in engineering, in all spheres of development, and we came up with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I hope that this university will be in the forefront of leading not only free trade, but free movement of people. And I therefore look forward to the day when, if I visit Nigeria, I will not be required to have a visa. I look forward to that day. I look forward to the day when, if I visit Nigeria, I will not be required to fill an entry form. I look forward to that day. I look forward to the day when I leave Nigeria, I will not be required to fill an exit form. I look forward to that day. Because Africa will only be great when her sons and daughters have the ability to move from one country to the other, as if the boundaries imposed in Berlin in 1884 were useless imposition. I look forward to that day. And I hope that this great country, Nigeria, will provide leadership in that regard. I look forward to the day when I visit Nigeria and I go to the breakfast room, I will not be drinking Hollandia from Coca-Cola. I will not be taking tea, Nescafe or Lipton from Switzerland and from the United Kingdom, but on my table will be cocoa from Ghana, tea from Kenya, meat from Namibia and Botswana, and the water will be from Nigeria, and the chicken will be from Burkina Faso. So I look forward to that day. I look forward to the day when if I go to buy shoes in Nigeria, it will be from a leather factory in Kaduna, not from Italy. I look forward to that day. And I have no doubt in my mind that the research at the University of Ilorin is going to ensure that we do that. And now, you have also invited me to speak at a time when those who know we are in the cusp of the fourth and fifth industrial revolution. We are in the cusp of artificial intelligence. We are using things that we do not manufacture today. As I speak to you now, some of you are Googling, some of you are on Instagram, some of you are on artificial intelligence, some of you are on Telegram, some of you are on all those things, WhatsApp and all those things. Do you know that those things are foreign and that somebody sitting in the United States of America can switch them off? Do you know? I look forward to the day when this university will be in the forefront of giving us homegrown technology, which is based in Lagos or based here in Kwara State, and that we in the continent of Africa will be consuming what we have produced and not producing what we have not consumed. I look forward to that day. I look forward to the day when our young men and women here in Nigeria and graduates of the University of Ilorin will have the joy to work here in Nigeria and to work in West Africa and to work in the rest of Africa and not dying in the Mediterranean Sea or being humiliated at the embassies of the United States of America. I look forward to the day. I look forward to the day when our young men's mind will be so decolonized that they love the things that we produce. I look forward to that day. That is why, therefore, Honorable Vice Chancellor and the good people who are present here today, as we look to the future, it gladdens my heart. It gladdens my heart that when I look to the future and I say that Ilorin is in that space, my call to you is that the time is now. The time is now to give meaning to the promises that you've made yourself. The time is now to improve your agriculture. The time is now to improve your engineering. The time is now to improve your technology. The time is now to recognize that what we call luck is an intercourse between preparedness and hard work. The time is now for us to work smart. The time is now to harness our potential. The time is now to use the energy of our young men and women and the wisdom of our old people that we may make Ilorin great, make Nigeria great, make Africa great, because it is only then that we shall have served in humanity. I bless you all in the knowledge that you will be great and that Ilorin will be great, Nigeria will be great, and Africa will be great. God bless you all.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we just listen to the voice that challenges, the voice that inspires, and the voice that never compromises. Please another round of applause for Professor Loch Otieno Lumuba. Thank you very much, sir. The Chairman, 50th Anniversary Committee.
I would like to invite the Vice Chancellor to present gifts to the anniversary lecturer. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir.
on behalf of the Governing Council, Senate, and the entire community of University of Ilorin, we give you this Golden Jubilee Award of Merit presented to Professor Patrick Lord Otieno Lumumba.
A highly respected Kenyan legal scholar, advocate, public intellectual, is known for his expertise in public law, governance, and anti-corruption, and he has held several prominent positions, including the director of the Kenya School of Law, the director of the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission.
Mrs. Lumumba, please come and join us.
A prominent Pan-Africanist who has delivered several influential speeches on African solutions to African problems. The founder of the PLO Lumuba Foundation, which aims to promote good governance and leadership in Africa. Professor Lodge Otieno Lumumba is happily married to Madam Christine Lumumba.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, a challenge to UNILORIN FM and the university television. I think this woman is to be documented. This woman behind the successes of Professor Lumumba, going all over the world from time to time, delivering inspiring messages. Please, let's do that. And having said that, please let us note that what you have been doing here is being transmitted live on UNILORIN 89.3 FM. Okay, Professor Lumumba and our distinguished guests, you've talked a lot about Kwara State, about Ilorin, and of course about Nigeria. And we want to give you something, from Ilorin, from the Emirates city. And so we're inviting the Kakaki, yes, the Kakaki players, just for a few minutes. Let's do that quickly. So let's enjoy them.
àbáṣe yìí dá àtúnṣe yìí sí àṣeṣe túnṣe àṣeṣe túnṣe àṣeṣe túnṣe bí àbáṣe. èyí yẹ wá tó èyí yẹ wá tó ẹlẹ́gàn ló kú o ẹgbẹ́ wọlé yóò ti ẹ̀ parun ẹlẹ́rìí mọ́ ẹgbẹ́ wọlé ẹgbẹ́ wọlé ẹgbẹ́ wọlé ẹgbẹ́ wọlé
ẹgbẹ́ wọlé ẹgbẹ́ wọlé.
ẹgbẹ́ wọlé sórí rẹ̀ àlùkò sórí rẹ̀ àlùkò náà rèé àlùkò náà rèé àlùkò náà rèé sára rẹ̀ rèé sára rẹ̀ rèé jìmú bàbá ẹlẹ́wọ̀n.
Beautiful, beautiful rendition. A round of applause. A round of applause. Make it a big ovation for the Kakaki group. This is excellent. Professor Patrick Lumumba already serenaded the beautiful culture of Nigeria. Over 300 ethnic groups. Such diversity. Beauty in diversity. And that is why the University of Ilorin thought it wise to give you just a taste of the beautiful culture of Ilorin. A round of applause again for the Kakaki group. What they have said is that this is a beautiful day. This ceremony fits us. The glory is good on University of Ilorin. And then they serenaded our Vice Chancellor and the Chairman, Pro-Chancellor of our Governing Council. Ladies and gentlemen, it can only get better in this capacity-filled auditorium celebrating the Golden Jubilee of the University of Ilorin. On a day like this, friends and family gather. Senior alumni like Mr. Yinka, they gather. Because shortly we'll go into the presentation of the different projects and items that will signpost this 50th anniversary ceremony. In the course of these presentations, the University of Ilorin will be seeking your partnership to fund the various legacy projects that will signpost our entry to the next 50 years of momentous impact to national development, next 50 years of our contribution to the growth of Africa, next 50 years of our contribution to the world. I know Mr. Yinka Oni is already digging deep into his pocket when he gives us 1 billion naira. I know he will challenge the representative of Mr. Engineer Fauzi Oladotun Nuruddin to give another 1 billion. I know they will call the president to give us another 1 billion. And I know that Ambassador Yaseriki will take the lead. He will not be last at all. And I know another 1 or 2 billion will come out from there. So that University of Ilorin can make progress, position ourselves, re-strategize as we make impact on the next 50 years of our corporate existence. Ladies and gentlemen, the first of our legacy projects, the UNILORIN at 50 book, will be presented now. It is my pleasure to welcome that juggernaut of theater and stage. Please welcome with me Professor Abdurrashid Abiodun Adeoye as he comes forward in his usual dramatic self to present the UNILORIN at 50 book. A round of applause to welcome him. He's the Director of Academic Planning of this great university and a worthy and proud alumnus of University of Ilorin. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. In 1999, 200 academic section at the University of Ibadan, UI, I was privileged to direct a play, The Trial of the Dan Kimati. Allow me to make some few quotations from that play. It is not over. It is the beginning. Unchain my hand, unchain my leg. I refuse to plead guilty or not. Those are the few words from the Dan Kimati. Unchain my hand, unchain my leg. I refuse to plead guilty or not to your court that you establish. One thing with the Kenyan, Ngugi Wationgo, Mr. Remugo, they wrote that powerful, brilliant historical play about the Mau Mau uprising in Kenya. I see Professor Lumuba and I say, decolonizing the mind. Dream for us. And the major line, I refuse to die in silence. We will not die in silence in Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's about book presentation. But I need to go straight into that history. I'm a dramatist, I'm a writer, I'm a playwright. Again, quickly to the theory of psychoparallelism. Aristotle spoke. Cicero had presented. And I'm wondering what we are not doing to do. Theory of psychoparallelism. Two people may be having the same idea, the same notion without physical contact. One may be in Kenya, one is in Nigeria, someone somewhere in Papua Guinea, and another where New York City. Two of you conceive idea. The first nurtured Fisi University of Ilorin on our book. The second, the living apostle, Professor Lumuba. And I can see the crossbreeding between psychoparallelism. What is the book all about? It's about innovations. It's about the challenges we are facing as a university. It's about future projections. And I'm wondering, Mr. Fisi, how will a book critique itself? That's your own vision, your own mission. That let's not go about historical recalling. Let's not document history. Let us look at the reality of our existence, of our essence. And the book that I'm to present, 463 pages. With 41 preliminary pages, 30 chapters. Chapters 4, first 4 chapters is actually on governance and models. We have 2 emeritus professors in the auditorium, and I'm happy I'm excited to inform us that 2 of them contributed into that book. It's on governance model. Emeritus Professor Loede, Emeritus Professor Musba Akaji. I need you to smile where you are. Your chapter is the first chapter in that book. Section A, 4 chapters. Section B, 11 chapters. From that excellence, College of Health Sciences and Faculties. Section C, 11 chapters. And of course, Section D, special papers, 3, making 30 in all. We are presenting the book. A book for what? Anytime you enter somebody's room, and you can't find books, then please walk out. A room without books is like a living soul without a body. Write, research, read, document for posterity. Have the singular honor to present the UNILORIN at 50 book to the delight of the member of the audience and the elevated table. We will go this way. We will move closer. The high table will hold a copy of the book, and then we'll raise it up. I will shout, hooray 1, hooray 2, 5 times, but a copy is so cheap today. If you love UNILORIN, a copy is 50,000 naira. And I don't want anybody to leave this place without buying a copy today. We will go this way. I think we are good to go. Let's raise the book up. Those of us here, just help us to chorus. Hip, 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 hooray. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, 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 hooray. UNILORIN is 50. The book is presented. Please. Don't go without buying. I don't want to call names. Please and please don't go without buying. If you love University of Ilorin, buy our book. 50,000 naira per copy. I love all of you. I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of our awardees just stepped in. Please welcome with me Ambassador Abdul Fattah Yaya Seriki. A round of applause to welcome him. Ambassador Yaya Seriki is a great son of Ilorin Emirate, a philanthropist, a political leader, political juggernaut, and one of the leaders in the mining sector of our country, Nigeria. A round of applause to give him a warm ovation. Let's make him feel warm. Let's give him the typical UNILORIN warm welcome. Ambassador Yaya Seriki, you're most welcome. The chairman, founder of the Kosi Group. The Kosi Group, which is a leading conglomerate in the mining sector of our dear nation. Ambassador Abdul Fattah Yaya Seriki, one of our launchers for today, one of our awardees for today, has come in with an entourage of his aides, friends, and associates. A round of applause again to welcome him warmly to this auditorium. You are most welcome, Ambassador Abdul Fattah Yaya Seriki. Your presence adds tremendous value to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, the legacy projects of the University of Ilorin. It is my pleasure to welcome for the presentation of the anniversary projects. Once again, the chairman of the 50th anniversary committee, Professor Mokolu. Thank you, sir.
We want to spend just some few minutes to quickly talk about the projects that we are embarking upon. First and foremost, it's one set of projects, and that is why we are launching everything under the 50 billion naira endowment. And I'm looking forward to the fact that before we leave this place, we can make it a case closed. The project is, however, divided into three parts according to different priorities. The first part is the project that we have dedicated as the iconic project to mark the 50th anniversary. And that project is the Innovation and Transcript Hub. You have heard from the guest lecturer the challenges, and we had thought about it at the planning stage with the blessing of the council as well as management to come up with an innovation and transcript hub if we are going to be sustaining our greatness, and if several of the aspirations of what the guest lecturer has expressed today will be a reality. We are actually using today to lay the foundation for the next 50 years. And so to that extent, I'll just briefly introduce us to the project. So you see the video that is playing is animation of our Transcript and Innovation Hub. This first phase of the project, which is dedicated as the mark of the 50th anniversary, you can see in the building that you see the logo of the 50th anniversary there, is estimated to cost 5.5 billion naira. And the essence of this is that the precursor to the Innovation Hub is something that will be launched today as an ideation hub, where ideas are generated, incubated. But then you need an environment to be able to translate those ideas that are coming up, and that's why we are talking about the innovation and the transcript hub. These are uncommon things, and we expect this to take us to another level of operation. The way it has been conceived is that the students will have access to this. There will be facilities for them to carry out a further development of their ideas. It also warehouses a transcript hub. I want to say that since this administration came in, to a very large extent, if you need transcript for the last 20 years, it is with the click of a button. But we are going further to really make sure that transcripts, nobody really needs to get to us, and the people working on transcript have a very conducive environment and all the digitization that is necessary to make it completely online will also be in place. And thirdly, there's going to be a theater, an amphitheater, where several events can go on. This that you are looking at as an animation is not an exaggeration. Everything you see that is being displayed is how the project will be when built. And we are looking forward to building it somewhere there to the right after the bridge. Those details will be worked out later on, and we believe that there will be some form of academic tourism that comes to UNILORIN when the project is completed. So we call on all to join us. We know that on an occasion like this, you might want to announce a personal project for the university. However, we plead with us to let us collate our efforts together. There are other projects also that we are going to be sharing. One is under the theme, improving the learning environment. And in this regard, we are planning to have a solar farm. We're planning to expand the water system. We're also planning to have an improved transportation system. Already, I can say to you through the Vice Chancellor that several electric vehicles are expected on campus, but we are looking forward very soon to a situation where you have bus stops that have names within this campus. You have a transport and ticketing system, and you can get to anywhere, from anywhere to anywhere, under a predictable time schedule. And we believe that with such a large campus, transportation is indispensable. And then the fourth component of that leg of the project is improving the laboratory capacity. So all the 16 faculties, we are seeking to commit $1 billion to, $1 billion to each. I hope I have not put myself in trouble. We are committing $1 billion to each faculty, that whatever you call your practical space, that space should be enhanced. That makes the graduate more industry ready with very hands-on experience. So that is the phase 2 of the project, which is improving learning environment. And then the third phase is contributing directly to national development through cutting-edge research. And by this, we expect to have the stem cell research center in particular as a component of this. We have prioritized this because staff have been trained in the United States, but getting to construct the stem cell center, research center, has been a challenge over the last few years. So we have incorporated this, and it takes us into another realm. What do we do with stem cell? If somebody is paralyzed, for example, if somebody has a skin condition, if there are parts of the body that needs to be that needs regeneration, those are the things we do with stem cells. The market value is enormous. The potential for reversing conditions that we may look irreversible is very high, and those are the areas of research that our institution should be getting into. So I will leave it at this stage in terms of introducing the project. So we have a project implementation committee in place. This 50 billion is not just wishful thinking. Every kobo of that 50 billion has been assigned to the project that is going to happen. But you can trust that on an occasion like this, I cannot coordinate anything about fundraising. And we have a father in the house. We have a mentor in the house. He grilled me, I should say, and groomed me seriously. I worked under him, and until his call does not come at 6 a.m., I cannot plan my day. So was the condition under which I worked under Professor I.O. Oloyede, and I believe that he will be the person to help us coordinate this next activity. Thank you.
The Pro-Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor, just as we have been established to have establishing protocol. So I stand by and wait and on established protocols. The Vice-Chancellor of this great university asked me to coordinate this, and who am I not to do so as a professor of this university. So, University of Ilorin is renowned for putting the round pegs in round holes. Today is for making money and donating money. And the universities are aware that I'm useless when it comes to that. So they have not made me to be one of the donors, or prospective donors, but they have only asked me to do what I'm supposed to do as a Malam, as a student of Islamic studies, to invite people, not to cajole them, but for people to listen to who have internalized. When Professor Lumuba was talking, I could see people that they were concerned. They have the emotional commitment with this great continent of Africa. You can see the feelings that they can fly if they could get wings. But as natural with us, it will soon disappear. I was thinking that we could retain that commitment. But as usual, history has shown us, experience has convinced me that it's only for a moment. Once we step out of here, many of us will lose the steam and we go about pursuing those things that had brought us to our knees. And with more vigor than we were pursuing it before the lecture. I pray that God will make the lecture today given by Professor Lumumba, God will make it us to retain at least 10% of it at the end of the month so that we can continue to act. I've been asked to invite people that I believe have already been invited. And they are here by conviction, not by compulsion. And they are invited because people have hope that they could contribute, they can contribute to the development of this great university. I'm aware that many of us will go to countries elsewhere friends of. Okay. Friends. Okay. Friends of chairman announcing. Okay, I won't announce. You know, University of Ilorin is one university I'm very convenient and comfortable with. In 2012, the vice chancellors, and I happened to be one of them at that time, indeed the chairman of committee of vice chancellors at that time, we decided in KEFI, what we call KEFI declaration, what universities will do and what universities will not do in Nigeria. It was signed by all the vice chancellors in Nigeria at that time. 2-3 years later, all what we said we would do, we started doing. We will not do, we started doing. All what we said we would do, we did not do. And I was against Professor Lumuba's advice. I was agonizing rather than organizing. I was sad that are we human beings? And when I watched, I saw virtually all universities in Nigeria abdicating their responsibilities to the KEFI declaration. And I was very, very sad, but helpless. I had the misfortune of being in Ethiopia recently for an international conference. And while I was there, the government of Ethiopia proclaimed some aspect of KEFI declaration and directed that the universities in Ethiopia should comply. I called a top official of that country and I asked, congratulations for having the boldness to do this. Said, oh, was that not what we copied from your KEFI declaration? Because I knew he was a vice chancellor in Ethiopia at the time KEFI declaration was made. I felt very sad. I returned to Nigeria. And the former vice chancellor of BUK sent me a text saying, look at a portion of KEFI declaration being proclaimed by Ethiopia and everybody in Africa clapping for Ethiopia. And I went to the Ministry of Education. And the Honorable Minister of State for Education said, we are planning to do the same thing that Ethiopia has done. I called their attention to the fact that it had been declared in Nigeria since 2012, the KEFI declaration. I was very sad. But happy recently, when 3, 4, 5 days ago, the Nigeria National University Commission now proclaimed, adopted the KEFI declaration and issued it now as an order to the universities, which I am sure they will obey nilly-willy. This is something that they had on their own invented and they refused to. And I said clearly that I'm not aware of any university that has not violated that declaration except the University of Ilorin. And I stand to be corrected. I do not know of any, and I can say it anywhere, that between 2012 and today has not violated the KEFI declaration in Nigeria except the University of Ilorin. Because they were looking for money at all costs. So, if I'm invited here today to now come and invite people who will support this university
in probity, in making sure that they do not look for money where money should not be looked for. They are looking for money from those people that they think should be able to contribute to this cause without having to be dressed in a borrowed gown. And I think that is the assignment that has been given to me now. I have been asked to invite some of the people that have already been invited to contribute to this lofty national and institutional growth. I know, yes, I know as a matter of fact that when University of Ilorin asks you to do something, you better do so, because they do not go to any battle unprepared. I've just been told that the first person to invite has already contributed. Against the advice of my Vice Chancellor, I will not mention the name, because the Vice Chancellor said I should announce, and I said no, I will not announce. I will announce the money, but I will not announce the person. He had already made a contribution of 500 million naira. This 500 million naira was contributed by a group of his friends to this lofty idea. And as a malam that I am, I pray that God will continue to bless him and his friends. You don't say amen? Because if you cannot give me money for the prayer, at least you can offer amen. I therefore want to invite to this podium to make his own contribution an astute politician, a businessman of note. You know, unfortunately, some of us live very close to where these big people are, but we are poor. But one thing we can always say about is that he is my neighbor. And you would think I'm also very important, because I live very close to him, to his house. My house is very close to his house, but we are not in the same club. He is a renowned politician and a contributor to the development of not only this town, not only this state, but also to this nation. I have the pleasure of inviting the founder and CEO of Kursi Group to come, Alhaj Abdul Fatai Yahya, member of the Federal Republic, to make his contribution. Yes.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. I'm actually from Ilorin, born and brought up from Ilorin. Who am I to stand where my own father is? So permit me to stand here, sir. With due respect, sir. With due respect, sir. I'm so sorry, sir. I will not lean nor borrow from the existing protocol. I said to my parents, my uncles, my friends, and my senior brothers, Assalamu alaikum. On my way here, sir, I received a call from my wife. And my wife said to me, don't forget, without UNILORIN, I won't be your wife today. Today, I call her old woman. She's after 4. But really, without UNILORIN, I don't know where I will be today. She is one of the brain behind Kursi Group of Company. So that shows that University of Ilorin is one of my, what do we call it? So, sir, like you said earlier, you said you are Malam and you are not supposed to contribute. I'm your son, so I will lean behind you as Almajiri not to contribute too. So I think that will be able to take us to a lot of places. So on behalf of the good people of Kwara State, and for the good thing the University of Ilorin did to my own family, we donated a sum of 200 million naira. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. 200 million naira. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. May God bless you and all yours. I have another person to invite. Out of humility, Alhaji Yaya said, "Is my son." I accept, because nobody wants to be a father of a poor person. But I want to invite somebody I can rightly say is my son. I understand he's here, and that is Honorable Sheriff Shagaya, a member of the House of, where is he around? Yes, I was told he's around, and therefore I will invite him to come and make his donation. Honorable Sheriff Shagaya, where is he? Okay, I can see him.
Assalamu alaikum. Well, on behalf of myself and my family, I will also donate. I'll follow my senior brother. We can't do more than our senior brother. So on behalf of myself and my family, I also donate 50 million naira.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Sheriff Shagaya, I owe you a duty to thank you sincerely, and to say I'm still coming back to the family. Your brother will also come and make his own donation as we go on. Thank you, may God bless you. 50 million naira. I will now invite an alumnus of this great university. You know, recently there was an event here on this podium, and I was invited to come and donate 10 million, just 10 million. And I was asking the VC, where will I get the 10 million naira? Unless I steal, I don't know where I will get the 10 million naira from. But fortunately, he put me among some other alumni. And as I look at one of them, Awa Ibrahim, and I said, yes, we graduated from the same university, but I know that you have money and I don't have. So he came on, and on behalf of 20 of us standing on this podium, he gave 10 million on behalf of each and every one of us. So which means that University of Ilorin is making contribution in a multi-dimensional way. There are those of us that we can talk, we can teach, but we are poor. And we are happy that we are poor. There are those that God had endowed with legitimate fund, and they are spending it for a right cause. It's a blend, because that's what the world is all about. It is when a person who is designated, who is designed to be a comfortable poor man, decides to become rich at all cost, that we will have problem. It is when those who are endowed with resources refuse to give the fund and pretend to be poor, then you have problem. One of the alumni of this university that is rich but is not pretending that is not rich is Olayinka Oni, an alumnus of Agric Economics, and I invite him to come and make his own donation. Please, you are invited. Don't mind his coat, there is money. Please, you are welcome.
This looks like a very big setup. Okay. It's an honor to be here, back. I'm looking at one of my professors and I'm just beaming with pride to actually be standing on this soil. I'm a director in a publicly quoted company bound by some code of ethics.
No.
Very true, because it's also a regulated one. I have actually made contact with the organizing committee and made my donation. The other commitment I want to make is that I build systems for a living. I was engrossed by what we want to do with the transcript up. I would also want to give my sweat and experience in terms of helping to shape that thought in terms of what it is that they would do. Having done this for over 20-something years and just being proud of what UNILORIN has done for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, a round of applause. Because if you know in monetary terms, apart from the cash he has given, that he does not, yes, I won't announce. I will not announce because of what he has said, but he has given money. And when I say money, it's money. And in addition to that, he is making a greater contribution of contributing to the proposed up. I also had the privilege of calling another alumnus of this great university, who, though not here, Engineer Fauci Oladotun Nuruddin, but it's been represented here by Ashiwaju Folawiyo Bello. You are welcome.
Your Excellency, the First Lady of Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the wife of the Chief Justice of the state. Your Excellency, the Governor of Zamfara, ably represented by my friend, the Secretary to the Government of Zamfara State. Our Royal Fathers President, Rep. Tuji Ajulope, my able brother and friend. Our host, the Vice Chancellor, the entire management team of University of Ilorin, and our distinguished Professor Oloyede, and Professor P.L.O. Lumuba. You are highly welcome. And I would also like to appreciate my able chairman here, in person of Ambassador Abufatai Yahya Seriki. Amba is coming, inshallah. On behalf of my brother, Engineer Fauci Oladotun Nuruddin, I say congratulations to the University of Ilorin. Happy anniversary. It's not just an anniversary, it's a 5 decades of success. And I pray the next 50 will even be more shine brighter. Inshallah, biqudratullahi. We have seen all they have in plan to do. And I can tell you here, we are supporting these institutions with good money, $1 million, which I'm going to communicate to the Vice Chancellor and the chairman of the event. Thank you very much. Happy anniversary once again. God bless you.
Thank you, and thank you. I have also the privilege of inviting my brother. I don't know whether I can still call him my brother because he's a governor now, and you can't call a governor is no longer your brother. At least he has moved to the next level. But my former brother and friend, who is the executive governor of Zamfara State, and is being ably represented by our respected secretary to the state government to come and make the contribution of the state, the governor.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. The chairman of this occasion, the Pro-Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor, our distinguished guest speaker, Professor Lumuba, all the eminent personalities here present on the high table and also on the floor, I plead to stand on the already established existing protocol by the Vice-Chancellor. Professor Oyelodesa, just a while ago, I placed a call to my governor, whom I'm humbly representing here, and I passed the phone to the Vice-Chancellor and they spoke, and he made mention of his contribution personally to the Vice-Chancellor for coming here, and I think it's better you hear the discussion they have had from the Vice-Chancellor. Thank you very much. Okay.
I thought you would say it yourself.
I don't know. They had a pass. Am I permitted to say it? Okay. I respectfully, on behalf of the government and people of Zamfara, whom I am personally here in person to represent His Excellency the Executive Governor, he has directed I pledge the sum of 50 million naira on behalf of Zamfara State to be friends of UNILORIN to celebrate this worthy 50 years anniversary. And we wish UNILORIN all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Another round of applause for the governor of Zamfara State. You see, unless you are deceiving yourself, those of us who are excited by the contribution of this great university, I always say it's not because I was a vice chancellor here. Anybody who wants to know what University of Ilorin was and is, you only need to go and look at our blocks 1 to 10. Go and look at blocks 1 to 10 and tell me where you can find that anywhere on the continent of Africa. That block gives me the impression of the brain that went into the construction, the foundation of the University of Ilorin. Just go there, go move from block 1 to 10, up and down, and you will see the thinking, the thoughts. You will go from one to the other. It's only University of Port Harcourt, after the VC visited there, that they started doing something that looked like that. You can walk on the ground floor, on the first floor, from block 1 to 10, even during rain. And that is a product of brain. And that was what University of Ilorin was made of. And it has continued to develop. I believe we can make contribution. There are many of us here. When Professor Adeoye said the book is 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. Governor of Zamfara just contributed 50 million. Many, at least 200 that I can see here, can contribute 50,000. I can look at you and I can say, you, is it our Kabesi that cannot give 50,000 if they are actually inspired with what Professor Lumumba has said? Or is it, even when we say we are poorly paid as professors, who is the professor who cannot afford 50,000? So, the issue here is that while we go on in the spirit of 50 million, everybody who thinks, I can even see, before I go everybody, okay, I won't call him, I've seen his cap, but it doesn't belong to 50 million. Welcome, Alaji Ebiti from Lagos. You are welcome. I'm just greeting you. By their caps, you will know them. So, I've seen so many people that can do. Please, those of you who will contribute not less than, yes, I will. Who will contribute less than 50,000 naira? 50,000 naira. Please, gentlemen, carry the book and be going from row to row. Why those people? We can be taking pledge. And let me know somebody who will say, I don't have 15 million. But please, those of you who are giving more than 50,000, don't buy the book. We will give it to you. So only poor people that believe that you should buy for 50. Now I have the privilege. And take the name, please. Because I'm going to announce the names of all those who buy the books here at 50,000 naira. I have the privilege of also inviting my brother, a senior advocate of Nigeria, who came in quietly, Alhaj, Mr. A.U. Mustafa, senior advocate of Nigeria. I understand he worked in, where is he? Come. Come. What God has given you, come and give us small part of it. Okay. Those who say, I have 50,000, but I don't have the cash, that's the account number. Just give your name that you will transfer to that, and that 50,000 will go. I invite A.U. Mustafa SAN to make his contribution. A proud citizen, indigene of this great town. A.U. Mustafa SAN, you are welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As some of you will know, my senior brother has said it, I'm from this great city. And for those of you that know, I'm sure what you know about me is a legal practice. I'm one of the overworked but underpaid lawyers around. In fact, I see myself more or less like a church and bail lawyer. And but when I upload with people like a Prof, you know, Prof said he's living with rich people, and by extension, he's a rich man. I'm just Prof's friend. Having said that, I want to congratulate the University of Ilorin community for this milestone. 50 years is a really big deal. And going down memory lane, I remembered when I finished secondary school, I wanted to gain admission here, and they said I was overqualified. And I didn't know what criteria then, and the thing resonated in my mind. So I said, one day soon, I will show University of Ilorin that I am a fit and proper person to be here. Yes. So in that respect, from next year, I've discussed with he's a professor, he's a VC, he's a PhD holder, he's everything. I've told him that from next year, I'll be ready on pro bono basis to be a lecturer at the Faculty of Law. That's number one. Number two, on behalf, I will make donation, but lawyers do it with money. My donation will no longer be significant. My junior brother, Ambassador Sirike, has made the donation, and even if I make a pledge, he will redeem the pledge, so don't worry, Prof. The money will come. The second one, and more very, very importantly, is that as a Nigerian that I believe in Nigeria, as an African that I believe in Africa, I want to tell Prof that I'm extremely privileged and proud of you. I follow you very, very well. I follow you on RT. Prof, science has shown now that it's the same blood that flows in the vein of white man that flows in our blood. They only have access to information. With artificial intelligence, with ICT, a white man is not superior to us. If we embrace information, if we embrace technology, if we embrace teaching, which University of Ilorin has typified in the last 50 years, which Professor Lumuba has eloquently made reference to, we can not only compete with the West, we can surpass them and be the best we can. It is in all of us to believe in this. Now, for my donation, I don't like making public donation, but because this is education, this is future. If Africa will develop, we need to embrace technology, we need to embrace information, we need education. I'm donating a very, very modest sum of 10 million naira.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Modest indeed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, thank you very much. Please come. Now, I have the privilege also of having the representation of the Waziri of Ilorin, Dr. Bukola Saraki, the former governor of this state, being represented by Honorable Adebinkwe. I invite Honorable Adebinkwe to give the donation of the Waziri of Ilorin. And your own too, don't pretend you are representing people. And your own too.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. The Vice Chancellor, members of the high table, my brother, Dr. Seriki, please permit me to maintain the already established protocol. His Excellency, the former governor, former Senate President, Waziri of Ilorin, had ordinarily intended to be around himself. And that's accounted for why I have to come a bit late, because ordinarily, if he's to come, he wouldn't have come by the time I came in. And when I was coming around, and the message I received that please go to the University of Ilorin, it is my personal wish, because of what that university is doing in the last 50 years. And he said I should remind the Vice Chancellor that you have not only established and consolidate on the vision and mission of the founding fathers, but you have shown to the whole world that UNILORIN and indeed Nigeria and like the Professor Africa can do better with a conducive environment. And he says he also remind you that, sir, that the future belongs to the country if only we can resonate and imbibe in our young ones patriotism, believe in ourselves and believe in our country, as been pointed out by Professor Lumuba. And he said he will be there all the time and he will always be available. Even though he has not told me how much I'm going to announce. But I said I'm going to commitment that I can defend and say, well, Waziri, you have to do it because I don't think you'll be there and you did this little. On behalf of His Excellency, I announce a token of 20 million naira for the support of Little. Thank you very much, sir.
Very much. Thank you. The Waziri Ilorin, 20 million naira. I also want to invite the Turaki of Ilorin, a serving senator. You see, I'm lucky to have so many friends. The only thing is that, unlike them, I'm not rich. They are very, very rich. They are my friends, but they have abandoned me. And I'm happy about that. Yes. So I want to invite our revered former Speaker of the Kwara State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Ezekiel Benjamin Yisa, who is representing Senator Saliu Mustafa, to please announce his contribution. Oh, okay. Welcome, thank you. Welcome.
Well, let me start from where Prof stopped. I think you are not forgetting. Probably whether your schedules or some other things have not allowed you to connect with the Turaki. As have been introduced, I'm here wearing the garment of the Turaki of Ilorin, which is a rare privilege. But I want to thank God for the honor to stand before you. He said personally he would have loved to be here, but for the exigencies of his office, because presently he's in South Africa participating in the Pan-African parliamentary sessions, representing Nigeria in that place. And that is why he cannot make it here personally. You will recall the Vice Chancellor, okay. The Vice Chancellor had also acknowledged that he called him. And some months ago, he was invited to this very same hall where he was honored. You know, as a result or part of the activities to mark this day, which is the 50th year anniversary of the University of Ilorin by the Faculty of Social Sciences. And therefore, he sent his apologies, he sent his greetings, and he said I should extend his congratulations to the university. As the Vice Chancellor have acknowledged that he called him, I'm sure they must have discussed, because it is the same message he gave me, that he will discuss with the Vice Chancellor to identify one of the projects that has just been, revealed to us, so that he will facilitate the execution through his office. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, we have renewed our friendship. When I learned of what he wanted to do, tell him he's now my friend again. Yes, because he has given a pledge that the Vice Chancellor should identify one of the projects, not less than 500 million, that he will execute. Vesi, I hope he has also told you. So identify the project and then get it to him. And make me your messenger. I will go there to make sure it's delivered. I also have the privilege of inviting Alhaji Tariq. Alhaji Tariq, please. Alhaji Tariq is our friend and a partner of the Seriki, Alhaji Seriki. Yes, thank you. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi barakatuh. I'm not the white man that my brother Mustafa spoke about, because I stand in belief of what he believes. And number two, my father always taught me that there's no free lunch. So when my brother Fatai said we should come to Ilorin, I didn't know it came as a prize too. And the third thing, which I believe my brother here that I'm just meeting has a phobia with poor people. But I don't believe there's any poverty here. I believe richness or wealth comes with the beautiful people that I have met here today.
Thank you.
So when I have friends like here in Fatai and Mustafa that are from Ilorin, I think we should give praise to Allah for bestowing people like this for you. And hopefully we will be here in 2027. My first time in Ilorin was 40 years ago exactly. And it will not be my last time. I came here when we were in secondary school and we were running for the nationals. It was Quara 85. So most of you were not born when I was here. And since our sister Fatima, who is Abdul Fatah's lovely wife, was in this university, on my own personal capacity, I donate 5 million naira. And now I want to make sure I marry somebody from here so I can send her or him to this university.
Thank you. Thank you, Alhaji Tariq, for that wonderful contribution. While talking about 5 million naira, I've received a number of 5 million naira here. Former Attorney General of the Federation, Bayojo, SAN, has contributed 5 million, has sent 5 million naira. Richard Onarugo, SAN, has also contributed 5 million naira. And I'm sure these are not the few people that can afford 5 million. I'm sure many of you seated here, if you are inspired enough, you can give. And all you need to tell me is to just raise your hand. If you know God has given you not less than 5 million. Okay, let me say not less than 1 million that you can give. Just raise your hand from this angle. KK Eleja, I said those who know that God has given them and they can give at least 1 million naira on this road, raise their hand. If you are hearing, please come. Oh yeah, come. Okay, he raised his hand, 1 million naira. KK Eleja. I can't see others too, they very well. In this group, are you telling me no other person other than KK Eleja that can contribute 1 million? Nobody in this area. Please raise your hand. Raise your hand though. Okay, I come to this area. Raise your hand now. 1 million, just 1 million. And on that area, definitely there will be some. Raise your hand with 1 million. 1 million. Thank you, madam, for standing up. I hope you are coming up with the 1 million. 1 million. 1 million. Please, while you are thinking about the 1 million, I believe our KBAC will, don't take the 50,000 from the KBAC, so they belong to a higher one than the 50,000 that you are collecting. I want to invite Honorable Tunji Olawuyi to come and make his contribution. Ajulo Okun, please come here, please. Please. Oh, I'm coming there. Ajulo Okun, you are welcome. Yes, please make your.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have come up here to make any announcement, but for those who didn't know me, and it's an opportunity for me as a politician to introduce myself, in case tomorrow I come for your vote.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tunji Olawi. I represent the highly industrious people of Ekiti, Repodun, Isin, and Okero at the National Assembly. Fortunately for me, I am the only politician that is elected in this hall now. So, and you know, there is this tag on public office holder that Nigerian money is in our pocket.
That they are thieves.
But before my election, I've been around, you know, I'm a business person, and it's incumbent on me to make significant donation to this institution. I've got 4 children, 3 of them were trained in this institution. I've been trying to reach them over my phone. All of them, they work in Canada now, so I want to get donation from them.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I've not been able to reach them. Yes. But on their behalf, from the 3 of them that went through this institution, I will take 2 million naira each from them to contribute.
And you will add?
And me, as their father, I will add another 4 million, which makes 10 million.
Thank you very much.
Above all, I don't have money anyway, but I have influence. I have opportunity to attract projects to this institution. Okay. So on this note, I will liaise with my brother and see what we can bring from National Assembly to assist University of London. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Member House of Representative. We have Alhaji Rabiu Musa Kunkoso, who is ably represented here by the National Women Leader of ANPP. I invite her to make the donation on behalf of Alhaji Rabiu Musa Kunkoso. You are welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
Sir. Good afternoon, sirs. You are welcome. I'm standing. Okay. I beg for the existing protocol to take time, not to take much of our time. My name is Dr. Mariam Jummai Bello, the National Woman Leader of NNPP. Amana, say it, Amana. Well, our principal, Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, said as a politician, he doesn't announce the amount he's going to give publicly. He will meet with the VC and discuss with them. My member here have donated 50,000 naira. I myself, 100,000 naira.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the donation and the announced one, and we are hopeful of the unannounced. Thank you very much. I also want to invite Dr. Tunde Akande, representing the MD of Zenith Bank. Clap for him, because you know their turnover, you know their profit at the last quarter. Can buy this whole university.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. And I want to also stand on the existing protocol. My name is Dr. Olatunde Akande. I'm representing my MDCO, Dr. Adara Omeje, OON. As ethics of our profession, just like my senior colleagues also said, we don't announce our donation in public, but we have actually dropped our donation inside the account. But notwithstanding, if you know what Zenith Bank has done in other institutions, despite the donations, we're still going to continue to partner with the school and ensure that we do physical structure that will commiserate with the 50th anniversary of the school. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can testify to the fact that you have made your donation. First Bank, being represented by Group Head Southwest, representing the CEO, Mr. Bayo Victor Olaniyan. Encourage him with your clap. Encourage him to come up, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Fortunately, or incidentally, I also graduated from this university. I studied accounting, finished some couple of years ago under late Professor Ogundele.
Yes.
So I was taught in this same university that the fund in a bank does not belong to a bank.
But the profit.
So simply because the fund in the bank does not belong to a bank, it belongs to you, our customers. But being the oldest bank in Nigeria, we will donate something very, very reasonable. I've spoken to my CEO and he has given the go ahead. So I will liaise with the VC.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. The VC is here with you. Okay. VC, you have not spoken with me. And that means that if I have not heard.
Yes, it's good enough, but it can be better. Yes. It's good enough. Thank you. Oh, a project, yes. He had given us some money, and he has also promised to take one project. Can you clap for him? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, only God knows the pocket of people. And we are just talking about those we think have the money. If you know you have the money and God has endowed you with it and you are in position to help this university, please do. And the time to do is now. We may not know you, but if you know, when I was calling Elijah to give his 1 million, I know I'm also in position to give 1 million, and I will give 1 million. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause again for Emeritus Professor Isiaq Olariwaju Oloyede. Thank you very much, sir, for anchoring that section so beautifully. If you see the amount of money Professor Oloyede has already extracted for the University of Ilorin. Prof, sir, I think when our university is 75, by the grace of God, you will be strong and healthy to even do more for us by the grace of God. Thank you very much. Though not having been elected into public office before, Professor Oloyede qualifies in every respect as a statesman. We are very proud of you, sir. A round of applause to honor him. Professor Oloyede is one of the most significant exports of the University of Ilorin to national life. And we are always proud and excited to state this again and again. Thank you very much, sir, for doing this with so much grace, dignity, eloquence, elegance, and so much effectiveness. A round of applause again to honor Emeritus Professor Isiaq Olariwaju Oloyede. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the special awards. On this occasion of the 50th anniversary of the success of the University of Ilorin, and on the threshold of the next 50 years, the University of Ilorin has deemed it fit to recognize people who have lived their lives and practiced their professions in tandem with the principles of the University of Ilorin, which are the principles of probity, principles of excellence, principles of community service, principles of philanthropy, and principles of making national impact. It is thus my honor as we announce in turn the awardees already penciled down to signpost this 50th anniversary celebration of the Better by Far University. We will have the citations. Yes, sir.
Because I'm human, I am prone to make errors, and I do make many. The First Lady has also made a significant contribution in millions. Let's clap for the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. She has made that, but I felt that we will not announce that publicly, and in the process, I forget. So she has made a significant contribution in millions, though we expect more. When I get back to Abuja, I will book an audience to see the First Lady to give more, but she has made significant contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for advocating so strongly for our university. And so because of that, the first award of excellence will be presented to Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, who is here represented by the wife of the Chief Justice of Kwara State, Mrs. Janet Adebara. A round of applause to honor the First Lady. as Mrs. Adebara steps forward and we listen to the citation of the First Lady. Thank you very much, ma'am, for stepping forward. Vice Chancellor, sir, thank you very much for stepping forward. Citation.
Senator Oluwemi Tinubu, CON, is the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and wife of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. She is a politician, a philanthropist, educationist, author, ordained pastor, and a passionate advocate of the girl-child education. As the First Lady of Lagos State, she established the New Era Foundation, a non-profit organization dedicated to youth development, girl-child education, and women empowerment. As a 3-time senator, she championed various empowerment schemes for her constituents, including the post-secondary school scholarship scheme and the youth empowerment and skills acquisition scheme. And since she assumed the role of the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in May 2023, she has continued her philanthropic work, notably through the Renewed Hope Initiative, and has focused on various social investment programs. Ladies and gentlemen, we're saying congratulations to Senator Oluwemi Tinubu, CON.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You may have your seats gallantly to the sound of another round of applause. Thank you very much, man. Ladies and gentlemen, the second special award to mark the 50th anniversary of the Better by Far University goes to His Excellency Governor Dauda Lawal, Executive Governor of Zamfara State. A round of applause to welcome him as he steps forward, represented elegantly by the Secretary to the State Government of the State of Zamfara.
His Excellency Dauda Lawal, the Executive Governor of Zamfara State, Nigeria, was born in Gusau, Zamfara State. He completed his studies at Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria, Kaduna State, earning both his undergraduate and graduate degrees. Following his education, he served as an employee at the Nigerian Embassy in Washington, D.C., United States of America for several years. Governor, upon his return to Nigeria in 2003, Lawal focused on banking, community service, and academic self-improvement. He pursued various courses both domestically and internationally, including prestigious institutions like Harvard Business School, London School of Economics, Worthing Business School, and Oxford University Business School, to name a few. Governor Lawal had a successful career in banking, starting as a middle management employee and eventually rising to an executive management position. In March 2023, Dauda Lawal contested the governorship election on the platform of the People's Democratic Party and emerged victorious. He was inaugurated as the governor in May 2023.
Thank you.
We say congratulations to His Excellency Governor Dauda Lawal of Zamfara State.
Today is the day University of Ilorin surreptitiously recognizing high-achieving young people in governance. His Excellency Governor Dauda Lawal has been honored, and coming straight on his heels is another unicorn, a passionate alumnus of the University of Ilorin. Please welcome with me Mr. Olayinka Abiodun Oni. A round of applause to welcome him, a Greek economics graduate of the University of Ilorin.
Olayinka Abiodun Oni, the Group Executive Director and Chief Operating Officer of Sterling Financial Holdings Limited PLC, is one of Nigeria's most accomplished technology strategists and transformation leaders. A proud graduate of agricultural economics of the University of Ilorin, Oni began his banking career at Access Bank Limited, where he helped pioneer Nigeria's first FlexCube universal banking implementation. He later joined Accenture, the formerly Andesi Consulting, where he led major transformation projects for top financial institutions and regulators, shaping the early architecture of modern Nigerian banking. Mr. Oni also chairs the Technical and Infrastructure Workstream of Nigeria's Open Banking Implementation Committee, Advancing Digital Trust and Interoperability Nationwide. Congratulations, Mr. Olayinka Abiodun Oni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, for doing this with so much grace, dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, the special award to be announced next goes to Mr. Fauzi Oladotun Nuruddin, engineering graduate of the Better by Far University, the University of Ilorin, ably represented by Ashiwaju Fola.
Engineer Fauzi Nuruddin is an electrical engineer, a seasoned professional and technopreneur with over 15 years of progressive work and high-level management experience in the energy, telecommunications, and information communications sectors and the power, telecom, oil and gas industries. He is a notable alumnus of University of Ilorin. Nuruddin had graduated from the prestigious University of Ilorin in the year 2004. He has recorded major achievements as a seasoned professional and technopreneur. A few of these include a $500 million innovative power reactor deal for electricity generation in Nigeria with the Czech Republic and the facilitation of $150 million mass smart housing project in Nigeria by AI Wasit Group, UAE. Congratulations to the director and founder of many national and international organizations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and it's my honor to also welcome our major donor for today, Alhaji Abdul Fatai Yaya Seriki, MFR. Alhaji Abdul Fatai Yaya Seriki Gambari, MFR, Chairman CEO, Kosi Group, as he steps forward to receive his award of honor from the University of Ilorin.
Alhaji Abdul Fatai Yahya Seriki, MFR, is an astute politician and businessman. He is the founder and CEO of Kasi Group, a leading mining firm based in Kwara, Nigeria. He schooled in Kwara, Mejuguri Brunun, Jos and Plateau, ABU Zaria. He started mining at a younger age and has since grown to become one of Nigeria's most successful miners. He is also a very impactful humanitarian and a revered politician in Kwara State. Alhaji Abdul Fattah have been involved in humanitarian and philanthropic services, which include annual payments of JAMB and WAEC registration fees for indigent students across the state.
Thank you.
Payments of tuition fees for indigent students in Kwara State and other states in Nigeria. Congratulations to Alhaji Abdul Fattah Yahya Seriki Gambari, MFR.
A round of applause again for our awardees. Thank you very much for coming up in good number to honor the University of Ilorin with your presence. We will now have a special presentation to the Vice Chancellor by the Institute of Strategic Management Chartered. Oh, and before then, another beautiful award to signpost the golden anniversary celebration. Please welcome with me Dr. Adaura Umeoji, OON, as she steps forward for our award. Dr. Adaura Umeoji, OON, is being appreciated today for her outstanding contributions to the growth of the University of Ilorin. A round of applause to welcome her. A round of applause to honor her. As she comes forward, or her representative. Yeah, she's been represented by Dr. Akonde, the Regional Manager West of Zenith Bank. Dr. Adara Umeoji, a great friend of the University of Ilorin, a passionate Nigerian, passionate advocate for quality education, passionate advocate for sound education, passionate advocate for women empowerment, is honored today in the presence of all by the University of Ilorin. Thank you very much. Dr. Akonde receives the award. Yeah, thank you very much, sir.
Yes, we did promise that as you are making your contribution of minimum of 50,000, we'll be announcing. Yes, I have just 2 lists back. Others are still collecting. But as I promised, the DSS, Kwara State Command, has bought a copy. Thank you very much. Professor Noah Yusuf, former VC, thank you very much. You have not disappointed me. And all the former VCs who are here, I thank you for not disappointing me. Professor Eshobi Oloide is also the former VC, and Professor Misbah Akanji also has made the contribution. So also, there are those who have gone beyond even the 50,000, that they are buying 1 copy for 100,000. Muhammad Brima is one of them. He's an alumnus. Mrs. Agbola Ganiya of Alumni Association has also made that. And Engineer Lawal Iswat, a member of the executive of the National Alumni Association. And AVM, Oluwatoyin Ibrahim, thank you. He has also bought a copy for 100,000. Thank you. Somebody brought 30,000 here. Somebody brought this. Oh, it was missing. He can't buy one, otherwise we could have bought one. This one. Yes, please come. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. He's coming to give donation. Okay. Thank you. He's coming. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Abdul Karim Alabi. I am a lawyer and a very proud product of the University of Ilorin. But today I am on the entourage of distinguished Senator Salim Mustafa. I felt very challenged as I was seated when Professor Emeritus Isiaq Oloyede threw the challenge to us, graduates and products of the University of Ilorin, to make our token donations to this wonderful citadel of Nelly. Sir, I have to express first my gratitude for your intervention back in the days when I was in school. Today, maybe I would not have been a graduate of this university, but for the kind and fair-minded intervention of Professor Oloyede, he might have forgotten, but I do not forget. I was the PRO of the Student Union when I was in school. Dr. Alex Akamu, the Dean of Students now, will attest to the fact that I was very troublesome. And as a result, despite that I was a member of the Student Disciplinary Committee, I also ended up facing that panel as a result of my troublesome. But for the fair-mindedness of Professor Oloyede, then the Vice Chancellor of this university, when he saw my case, he decided to forgive and forget. As a symbolic appreciation of what this university has done in my life, and in appreciation as a token support for my principal, Senator Salim Mustafa, the Turaki of Ilorin, please help me manage the token 1 million. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, the job we do, once you do what you are doing with fair mind, you will always have the reward. I can now recollect his face. But let me tell you the converse to that, a reversal of that. Recently, I was traveling out and I met the National Secretary of APC, Dr. Bashir Ajibola. I met him in one VIP room. And I was asking him, what will you bring to University of Ilorin? What will you do? He said, oh, guy, you have forgotten that you expelled me. Thank you very much. That I could have been a graduate of the University of Ilorin, but we expelled him. And he went to University of Lagos. And he has made, and I said, look, if UNILORIN had not
dealt with you at that time, maybe you wouldn't be able to have a PhD today. So he is saying that we try to say we should forgive because his trouble was not big enough. They were student union activists, and we were accommodating those we can accommodate. And those that are too hot for us, we allow them to go to University of Lagos. Thank you very much.
Those who were too hot, they were allowed to go to University of ... We have institutional awards from our Vice Chancellor to senior partners of the University of Ilorin. It's my pleasure to recognize the first institutional award to the Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board, JAMB. And the Registrar of JAMB is here, and I want to kindly ask him to please step forward to receive the institutional award of the University of Ilorin, recognizing the strong partnership of JAMB with the University of Ilorin over the past several decades. It's my pleasure to ask Professor Loyede to please step forward and receive this award of honor. Directors of JAMB, please step forward. Directors of JAMB, please come up and join the registrar to receive this unique recognition from the University of Ilorin. JAMB has every year, that's UNILORIN style, sir. We are always innovative, we always have something new, something different, and we're always appreciative. JAMB has been a strategic partner in the growth and blossoming of the University of Ilorin. This afternoon, the JAMB hostel will be commissioned by Professor Loyede himself. JAMB has done so much to facilitate the growth of our university. This is the seed that you have sown coming into harvest. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nigerian Universities Commission, our regulator, is also being honored today on this 50th anniversary of the University of Ilorin. It's my pleasure to call on the Executive Secretary, NUC, ably represented, to please step forward to receive this award of honor, recognizing the immense role the Nigerian Universities Commission has played in the growth and development of the University of Ilorin. NUC Executive Secretary Ma, the seed you have sown and watered over the years has become an Iroko tree today. Mr. Vice Chancellor, thank you very much for doing this greatly and with so much grace, dignity, and beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, NEL Fund, the Nigerian Education Fund. And this one is popular among the students because NEL Fund has put some support directly in the pockets of the students. And for the first time in several decades of our national life, students are again getting funded and having their education paid for by the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The days of the federal government scholarship have been brought back in the form of NEL Fund. And we cannot but be grateful to His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for this great innovation. The Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Alex Akamu, Alex Power, steps forward representing his students to receive the award of recognition, institutional award for NEL Fund. Professor Isaac Olarewaju Loyede, member of the governing board of NEL Fund. Emeritus Professor Loyede, thank you for stepping forward to receive this distinguished award to recognize the prime place of NEL Fund in funding tertiary education in Nigeria and advancing the growth and development of our university. Ladies and gentlemen, the next institutional award goes to the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TED Fund. TED Fund, the brainchild of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, has over several years sponsored academic and non-academic staff of the universities in training. TED Fund has sponsored institutions, provided infrastructural support for the University of Ilorin. Indeed, TED Fund has been a strategic partner in the growth of our university. A round of applause to honor TED Fund as this institutional award of excellence is received by the representative of the Executive Secretary of TED Fund, Architect Sonny Ochono. TED Fund, one of the innovations in the Nigerian education landscape, is celebrated today. Ladies and gentlemen, the next institutional award. Okay, all right, sir.
You know there is receipt exam. Those of you from the university, you know receipt exam. When you take the exam and the grade is not good enough. So there is a receipt coming back, and I have the pleasure to invite the representative of our brother, the former governor of this state, Senator Dr. Bukola Saraki, the Waziri of Ilorin, to come and do a receipt exam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Oloyede. Just like when I came a while ago, I did announce that I was coming without being informed of how much I'm going to donate. But when I came in, apart from the fact that I'm also an alumnus, and indeed, my father, my uncle is standing here as my benefactor too, and if the University of Ilorin is doing any of this, given the contribution of the university, like he has made my brother the lawyer, University of Ilorin have also baked me as well, and very many of us like that too. So I communicated with Waziri Ngeri, and I told him much of what even his brothers are doing here, and of course, what very many other people are also doing. And they have asked me to announce, by the grace of God, a donation of 100 million naira for the project.
Yes. So we thank the Waziri Ngeri for the donation of 100 million naira. You can see that, in the university system, when you take a receipt exam, they will add the 2 and divide by 2. And you must, so before you can determine the pass mark, definitely when you add 20, it's not with 80 now, it's 20 plus 100 to make, you know what it means. So we thank the Waziri for that donation of 100 million naira. And those who have bought the books, Summit University, 11 copies for 550,000 naira. Oba Michael, there are Oba Michael that I know to find out properly. Yes, because if he's the one I know, I won't take 100,000 from him because I know. So if he's the one, I will go back to him. I won't announce first. Then, Mr. Ibrahim, 1 copy for 100,000 naira.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. The next institutional award is for First Bank. First Bank. First Bank has been a strategic partner of the University of Ilorin over the years. The relationship between the University of Ilorin and First Bank is like that of Siamese twins. They have contributed to our growth, and today the university appreciates you and gives you this award of excellence. A round of applause again to honor First Bank, our strategic partner. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been a beautiful day. The elders have spoken. The barriers have been broken. The limits have been broken. It's now my honor to invite my friend and brother to step forward and coordinate the goodwill messages. Mr. Segun Alabi, kindly step forward. Thank you very much.
It's been a good day, ladies and gentlemen. And we want to say congratulations to all the awardees. Please, another round of applause to all of them. Thank you very much. For the donations, we thank you, and thank you for all that you've been doing for University of Ilorin. And ladies and gentlemen, we just want to take 2 goodwill messages quickly, just in 1-2 minutes from each. And I'm calling first the Institute of Strategic Management of Nigeria, Chartered.
Standing by the existing protocol, on behalf of the chairman and the governing board, Institute of Strategic Management Chartered, the fellows, the full members, and the members of the institute, we are congratulating the University of Ilorin on this beautiful occasion. And we are presenting this as an appreciation of our strategic partnership to the institution. We have already given a donation which is in 7 figures to the university. Congratulations, sir.
And for the second goodwill message, I'm calling on the ES UBEC, Aisha Garba, who is here ably represented by Malam Ibrahim Gold.
The Vice Chancellor, the distinguished guests at the high table, and on that side of the divide in the hall. This is the, sorry. I'm presenting the goodwill message of the Executive Secretary of the Universal Basic Education Commission, Aisha Garuba, who ordinarily wanted to be here, but for the same reason the Vice Chancellor gave for the Honorable Minister of Education not to be here, she just returned from Doha with the Honorable Minister yesterday. I present our address. It gives me immense joy to extend my heartfelt goodwill to the entire University of Ilorin community as we celebrate 50 years of growth, impact, and remarkable service to our nation. A golden jubilee is not merely a celebration of time, it is a celebration of people, of stories, and of countless lives that this great institution has touched over the years. For half a century, the University of Ilorin has stood as a symbol of stability, discipline, and academic excellence. Beyond its achievements in research and scholarship, what really stands out it is the commitment of nurturing minds and shaping character. Many of the brilliant men and women contributing to Nigerian progress today began their journeys in class, in lecture halls, laboratories, and libraries. As I join you in this celebration, as a special guest of honor, I'm deeply reminded of the foundation upon which every great institution, and indeed every great nation, is built: basic education. It is at the basic level that the seed of curiosity is planted, confidence is formed, and the dream of becoming a university graduate is born. Without Without strong basic education, the doors of higher learning cannot be opened, and the full potential of the young people cannot be realized. This is why at UBEC, we see our work not merely as a government mandate, but as a human duty, an investment in the hopes and futures of millions of Nigerian children. When a child learns to read, the world opens. When a child learns to think, society progresses. When a child is given the opportunity to learn in a safe, supportive environment, a nation is transformed. The University of Ilorin's impressive legacy is a testament to what becomes possible when the foundation of the education is strong. Many of your alumni began their learning journeys in the classrooms. We strive every day to strengthen. This shared commitment binds us, and it is an honor to stand with you as partners in the mission to uplift education at all levels. As we celebrate this golden jubilee, I congratulate the leadership, staff, students, alumni, and all who have contributed to the UNILORIN story. May the next 50 years usher in every greater innovation, deeper excellence, and broader impact. On behalf of UBEC, I reaffirm our dedication to ensuring that every Nigerian child, regardless of background, has access to quality basic education, because it is upon that foundation that institutions like yours continue to strive. Thank you, and warm congratulations again. May this celebration inspire renewed hope and purpose for the future. Aisha Garba, the Executive Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. I told you when I was leaving the podium that when I was told of a Kabiesi who goes by the name Michael, I was saying that the Kabiesi I know would not have sent 100,000. Maybe something is missing on the way. I have the pleasure of announcing that the Ilorin of Erimojesha in Osun State, Oba Michael Odunayo Ajayi, has donated one book for 250,000 naira. You know, I know him very well. I was in his palace recently, and what he entertained me with in terms of food is more than 250,000. So I know that he could not have given 100,000 to University of Ilorin. Similarly, our brother SAN, Misbah Adetumbi SAN, is also contributing 200,000 to the endowment fund. Thank you. We have the representative of His Royal Highness, the Emir of Ilorin here, and at the appropriate time, he will be invited to say a word and prayer and make his own contribution too in his personal capacity. He wouldn't use the turban to cover the money he has. So he will have to make his contribution. Thank you very much. VC. Yes. What next?
Ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more award to be presented. The award for the visitor of the university, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and this one is to be collected on his behalf by the Registrar and CEO JAM, Professor Emeritus Ishaq Olaniwaju Oloyede. Yes, Professor Emeritus Ishaq Olaniwaju Oloyede, CON, FNAL, the acting president, at this occasion. We say congratulations to His Excellency. And we're calling also Alhaji Rabiu Musa Kwakonso for his own award. Is there ably represented by Haji Bello. At the mention of Kwakonso, it must be read. Ladies and gentlemen, at an event like this where we're celebrating, cake symbolizes something really very good. And looking at our front here, we can see that gigantic cake that we have. Members of the committee, your attention is needed. Let's move the cake. Let's centralize the cake. We are calling on a member of council to lead us in cutting the cake. So, pharmacist Rachel Sinuke Alabi. We are also calling on His Eminence, the Emir of Ilorin, Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Zulu Gambari, CFR, Seshu. We are calling on his representative, Alhaji Alapanshopa, to kindly join the dignitaries that we have here in cutting the cake. Ilorin has been a very good landlord of University of Ilorin, and we are appreciative of this. Thank you very much. Distinguished members of council and the administration, Pharmacist Alabi.
This is the university cake showing the 50th birthday logo, showing our color, and for the count of 50, and our university logo, it's Better by Far University. So as I count 50, 50. Okay. Okay. As I count 5, 0, please cut the cake. 5, 0, 50. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to us. Congratulations to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's all right.
It's an honor. Why did you do that?
Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's return to our seats. We are almost to the end of the program. The band, thank you very much. Please, let's return to our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Let's return to our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we say congratulations to University of Ilorin and all the stakeholders. Thank you very much for the journey so far. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I invite now for our address, Her Excellency, the First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. You're welcome, madam. Please, a round of applause.
I want to give God all the glory for the privilege to be here representing Her Excellency, the First Lady of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. Mama wants to be here, but due to tight schedule, that is why she's not here. And she sends Her Excellency, the First Lady of Kwara State, which I am representing here today. Your Excellency, the Governor of Zamfara State, ably represented by the Secretary to the State Government of Zamfara State, distinguished Member of National Assembly, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman, Governing Council, His Excellency Abiodun Jacob Aluko, the Diplomatic Corps, Member of the State Executive Council here present, the Executive Secretary, National University Commission, Professor Abdullahi Yusuf Ribadu, ably represented by Mrs. Alison Balogun, the Executive Secretary, State Fund, Architect Sunday S.T. Ekono, ably represented by Engineer Tunde Olokore, the Executive Secretary, Universal Basic Education Commission, Aisha Gaba, represented by Malam Ibrahim God, the Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, Professor Emeritus Isaac Olarewaju Oloyede, CONFNAL. The Vice Chancellor of University of Ilorin, Professor Wahab Olasupo Egbewole San. The guest speaker, Professor Patrick Lumumba and wife, the former VC of universities here present, our royal fathers here present, the principal officer of the University of Ilorin, the awardees of today's program, distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is my honor and privilege to stand before you today on behalf of Our Excellency, Renew Hope Mother, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I also bring warm regards from Her Excellency, the First Lady of Kwara State, whom I am representing here today. Let me go straight to the goodwill message of Her Excellency, the First Lady of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Addressed by the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, at the 50th anniversary of the University of Ilorin, held at the University Auditorium, Ilorin, Kwara State, on Thursday, 27th November 2025. I am delighted to join you at this 50th anniversary celebration of the University of Ilorin. I congratulate the management, staff, and students of this great university on this milestone event. I am pleased to learn that since the establishment of the university in 1975, it has remained commitment to the delivery of quality education. Today, as we mark the golden jubilee of this great institution, we also celebrate the lives that have been transformed and the generation empowered through learning. I commend the Vice Chancellor of this institution, Professor Wahab Egbewole, SAN, for sustaining the legacy of quality education and positioning the university as a first-choice destination for some of the brightest minds in our nation. The Renew Hope agenda of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GSFR, remains firmly committed to the development of education as an essential pillar of national development. To ensure equal access to education, this administration continues to support students in tertiary institutions through the National Student Loan Scheme to enable them successfully complete their studies. As we commemorate the 50th anniversary, let us be reminded that nation building is a shared responsibility that involves families, communities, and institutions. In this regard, we must renew our collective resolve to make Nigeria greater by creating an enabling environment for education to thrive. To our students, I charge you to remember that the future of Nigeria rests on your shoulders. Therefore, study hard, remain focused to secure a brighter tomorrow for yourself and the nation. Believe in your dreams, work towards them, and never give up. At this point, I want to thank the management of the University of Ilorin for this award. Once again, I congratulate the university of this significant milestone. God bless the University of Ilorin. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Our Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, signed. Permit me, please, to quickly read out the congratulatory message of Her Excellency, the First Lady of Kwara State. Her Excellency, the First Lady of Kwara State, whom I am representing, also sent a congratulatory message wishing the institution a splendid Golden Jubilee celebration and pray for more glorious years ahead. I also wish to add my voice in congratulating the Vice Chancellor, management staff, students, and all stakeholders of the #1 university in Nigeria, the University of Ilorin, which without doubt is better than the rest by far. Long live the University of Ilorin. Thank you, and God bless the University of Ilorin. God bless Kwara State and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite the Registrar and Secretary to the Governing Council of the University, Barrister Mansur Adeleke Afanla, for the vote of thanks.
The chairman of this occasion, permit me to adopt the already established protocol. My assignment is the simplest, and I don't want to take our time. But because I'm in a haste to deliver the vote of thanks, I must do the needful. I want to appreciate God Almighty, who has made today a possible day for us, who has equally made the University of Ilorin to be established 50 years ago and getting it celebrated today. We want to thank God for all that He has done for this university, right from infancy up to this present age. And from there, I want to appreciate our guest lecturer, the man who is known for saying the truth, the man who stands for the unity of Africa, the man who means well for humanity. We appreciate you for not honoring our invitation, but for coming in person to deliver the lecture. We indeed enjoyed your lecture and all messages passed. I want to promise you that University of Ilorin will make good use of those lessons. I am not a man of protocol, but I want to adopt one, that for those that have been acknowledged here in this hall today, I want to appreciate you and thank you for honoring our invitation. And for those who could not attend, for whom I'm standing proxy, I appreciate you all as well. But again, I want to appreciate our father, the man who has been moving with the university from infancy up to the present stage, in person of Professor Ishaq Olarewaju Oluyede. When you mention University of Ilorin before him, you are reminding him what his name stands for. He has done well for this university, and he's been carrying the image of the university to wherever he goes. We are indeed grateful to you, sir. The assignment you have performed here this afternoon is a top-notch one, and we do not take it for granted. We appreciate you sincerely. For those of us that are on this side of the divide, I pray that God will continue to be with you and guide you aright. For our royal fathers, we pray that God will continue to direct your thoughts and give you the wisdom to pilot the affairs of your different communities. To our invited guests that are here seated, who could not be acknowledged from this podium, I am using this opportunity to say you are welcome and thank you for coming. And for the donors, we pray that God will continue to enrich your purse. Finally, I want to appreciate my Vice Chancellor. He's a dogged fighter. He's a man of his words. He's a bridge builder. He's an Amazon. Call him good names. That is Egbewole for you. A man that serves not because he's a servant, but he has things to deliver. A man that is conscious of his actions and his inactions. A man that has the love of the university at heart. We wonder at the management level where he gets his power from. Egbewole will travel, and when he returns to the office, and he will see through the whole day activities without complaining of his health. God will continue to strengthen you. God will continue to be with you. Your vision for the university will come to pass by the special grace of God Almighty. Once again, I thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, after here, there will be a group photograph just briefly, then the commissioning of JAM Hostel. Shall we all rise? First, for the University of Ilorin anthem in French. In French. Then the third stanza of the national anthem. The national pledge. A pledge. Nigeria, my country, to be faithful and honest, to serve Nigeria with all the strength, to defend our unity and uphold our honor and glory. Say that. Again, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to us on the 50th anniversary of this university. The 50th anniversary committee to come up. And the group photograph, we are having the group photograph here. Yes, let's have the group photograph here. Council members, KBOCs, members, the principal officers, and we appreciate the students of the French department. Thank you for staying all through the program. And thank you for adding this color to it. We thank you very much, everyone. We appreciate you. And as earlier announced, after here, all roads lead to where we have the jam hostel for the commission. It promises to be a very brief program. Then we'll come back for our lunch. Council members, principal officers, KBACs are to join them up here for a group photo. Okay, commissioning, ladies and gentlemen. 50th anniversary committee to come up stage for a group photograph. Quickly.
Where is Professor Mariam?
Member? We don't use that one to snap. If you don't enter this committee, when you get it, we don't want to see it. Come by. When you get to the house, oh yeah. When you get to the picture, where is he? Photographer. Where is he? Oh yeah, take the photo. New media. New media. New media. New media. Everybody. New media. Committee, no, your picture. Committee member, don't. 50.
So, former where we need former picture.
No, the former media, the social media, the one say by the social media. Oh, yeah, Daddy.
Okay, then we take one without the cake. We just move aside.
Okay.
Come and take it down with the plate.
With the expo. Please, guys. Yes. Please do that. Please bring it.
I will collect permission. President. Mr. President.
ó tún ti yí lọ́lẹ̀ o.
Hello? What you announced, that time. If you want to wait for dinner, after there's dinner later at 5. Can you? Oh, wow.
báwo ya president ní ojú ti rẹ̀ ọlọ́ọ̀bá máa sọ ẹ bá mi gba ọmọ yẹn dáadáa wọ́n yọ fún ẹ jẹ́ kí n yà ọ̀gbọ́n mi àyè ó ṣe lè jí sí àjùfún àjò sí àjọba òbí òbí lọ́wọ́.